Hello, everybody. I just started the stream, so while I'm waiting for you guys to show and come join me for a little bit, and I'll be working on my coins. I'm still working on my 1955 RPM, 1955S RPM. So the first thing I looked at was, let's see, where was I at? I was on Variety Vista.com. And the closest it looked like was an MS008. And those covered in 1955 years of service. Let me turn on my camera. See if that works. And it does. Yay. Now this is the one that I'm looking at. I already put it in a flip because I didn't want to touch it anymore. And it's really thick. But not the one reason. It doesn't match Variety Vista on the years. Oops, that light's in the way. So let's see what we do here. Take a look at everything else. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it different right now. 55, and that light really kills it. Anyway, first thing it looks like, it covers 1955 years of service for the Mint. And I'm looking at, let's see, I'm going back to Variety Vista. And I'm going to go back to the penny. Let's see, Mint Mark Styles, that's where we went. Mint Mark Styles. And it wasn't number 008. Let's see what else. Okay. Now, DDO, DDR. Design varieties. Mint Mark Styles. Let's go back to the home. And go to Lincoln Cents, 1955. Okay. Wheat cents RPMs. RPMs. Okay. I'm going to check the over mint marks in a minute, but RPMs first. I'm going to go to 1955 S. Okay. Let's look at RPM 001. It doesn't show. Let's see. It doesn't show above the date mint mark. There's no mint mark positioning. Liberty. Let's take a look at the Liberty. Okay. StreamYards. Liberty. There's something to it. It's a little blurry there. Okay, the B has a little bit of thickness to it. Let's see where else. Okay. Only the B has a little bit of thickness, it looks like. And that was in the RPM 001. Let's go back to, it's not on the S. And it says check a look at stage A. 55 stage A. No. There's, no, mid-mark positioning. There's some extra metal under the cover of the S. The B might be, okay. Thicker on the B. The Liberty. On the back side, it shows no die chip in the left wheat lines. No die chip on the wheat lines on the left. Okay. Let's go back to that one, StreamYards. No die chip. Okay. Looking all the way down. That's a little bit weak. Hey, young coin hunter. Hey, Lincoln. Silver nitrate, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing some research on this 1955 S Penny that has quite a few things I'm looking at. There we go. On the S is pretty thick. It doesn't match. Nice to see you, James. I finally figured out your name, but I like to call you Lincoln if it's okay. Lincoln Central Coins. Silver nitrate, how you doing? Made a mess of my organization here, but running out of room. How you guys all staying safe? Oh, you still working, Silver Nitrate? Lucky. Yeah, I've been staying home for, this is on my second week now. No, I don't know what you do, Silver Nitrate, but I'm pretty sure that parents are finding out having kids at home all day. I'm a teacher, so I have 30 in a class of 37 and have 150 a day. Oh, what years are you going to get, Young Coin Hunter? Oh, Well, Lincoln, I hope you the best. I'll be praying for you, guy. A lot of lag. Yeah. I don't. Do you, young coin hunter? Do you know who Cent Hoarder is? He's one of the coins he sent me. I am investigating this S. Let me give you a better look at it. Oh, you were there last night. We were talking about this. It doesn't match any of the mint mark styles for that year. And then I see a little bit of metal, underneath the first serif. And just going around checking to see, and I'm going to send it into see how it goes. I'm going to send it to Q&A with Paula and Ken and Blues if he's there. Yeah, I was going to say the 55 through 74, I think the S is really thin, but in that style. And that's not the same size. And there seems to be extra metal also on the left side of the S that shines, but if I turn it, it goes away. But then if I turn it again, then you'll see the other parts of it, like the inside of the S on both the top and the bottom curves. And we looked at it for a while last night. It was Melissa and Midnight Silver Run, Super Silverman, and I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Oh, E Plurimus, he was there too. And a few people in the rooms. So I'm trying to prepare for a little bit of information so I can send it to the Q&A. But it is huge. I haven't, because I'm still learning how to navigate in Facebook, and I haven't gone there. I've been mostly on YouTube and StreamYard, basically. But yeah, I'll check it out. Let me write that down. Coin. Oh, for Lawson or for Dustin? Coin up. And he's at Errors to You at AOL.com. AOL. Clear pictures and questions. Thank you, Lincoln. I'll do that. I'm writing this all down. Okay, I'll keep that. Well, it's like Yahoo. It's still around, but it's old too. Some people still have their old MySpace. What else? The other one. Um, well, AOL was the first one. Robert Lawson. Thank you, Robert Lawson. And I checked all the RPMs in Vita Vista, and it doesn't match any of those. There's 16 of them. I looked at the stages also. Wow, 6 people. I'm gonna put anybody wants to get into the panel. I'll put the link in the chat, and you got to show yourself first before we admit you, because I don't have everybody's email. Silver nitrate. If you work anywhere near like making the masks, serving as orderly, nurse, doctor, fireman, paramedic, grocery clerk. It's a funny thing. I got an email yesterday. I retired from grocery clerks, and they sent me an email if I want to go back to work. They'll waive my minimum work because you can only work 63 hours a month for 12 months each month, and they'll waive that, and you can make, and they'll keep your pay going still. Oh, we have 5 people in here. Nobody at the bottom yet. Yeah, I'm lucky. Yes, truth is a positive thing. I'm gone to Wexler's. It's a little harder to navigate through Wexler's. What about Copper Coins? What do you think about him? As a matter of fact, is there any other websites you should go to? I've got Wexler's. I've got Vita Vista, Konica. Okay, here's a good question. How do I get to Konica? I get to sign up for it. Copper Coins. Okay. Let me put that. Pull that up too. Let's see, Copper Coins, and I'm assuming it's a .com. Yep, there he is. Okay, I'll get that in a minute. Is okay? All right, I'll check it out. Thank you, Lincoln. I found it. I got it. Lincoln is as my mod, I think. I think I got you down as a mod. Yep, I got Lincoln as a mod. It's in there. Let me see what else. Yeah, how come everybody has like half a page? I went to Wexler's and his is half a page too. Let's see. Out of stock. Lincoln Sense. Website images of Sunday, October 6, 2019. Updated on 6/10 to 19. Huh. Milestone, returns features, interactive, reference, pattern, large cent, sales and service pattern, large cent line, Lincoln Sense, date guide, series history, reference, interactive, features. Huh. Where do you search? 350 copper coins, make a donation. Okay. Sold out of that one. Books. Tree. Search the site. Die Variety. Okay. Date. What are you guys working on right now? Let's see. Name. Make me mod. Okay. Okay, let's see. Go back to that. Silver try. Moderator. Okay. Okay, San Francisco Mint Mark. Okay. Let's see. San Francisco. Date. Double reverse, double die of reverse. Repunch date. Okay. Repunch date. Submit search. Warning. Maybe I didn't put enough. Let's see. 1955. Yeah, just make it close. What kitty? There are no items selected. Huh. San Francisco repunched. Let's see. Let's see. I guess he wants more information. I'm gonna put north. And rating. Nope. Submit a new search. Huh. 1954. 1955. San Francisco. Repunch date. Overdate. Mark variety. Okay. Let's go to the north. And submit that. Okay. Found some. Let's see. Nope. Not the M1, 1M1. Okay, I can't read that. Mint mark variety? Okay, let me check that. I think I did do that. Okay. Let's do results. Go back. Let's see. I did mint mark variety. Let's go south. Okay. See, these here are all a little bit thicker. I mean, mine's thicker than these. 1955 S 12/8. Is there a way to see all of them? Okay. Yeah. And it's got two dots, or I should say not two dots. Two, looks like, what do you call those words? Die clash? No. Not die markers, not die scratches. Yeah, it doesn't have that line on the side of the S. And the first five actually has some on the left side of the 5, and then the inside of the 5 loop also shows it. Some material there. Okay, I did that silver nitrate. Yeah. Okay, is that a different one? Oh, nice. This is better. Let's see, OOM8, 008. Yeah. Die scratches, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have to check the side of the wheat stalk, and it shows a die chip on the wheat stalk right at the end of at the beginning of the hairs in the very center. Yeah, okay. Now, does it have to have all these marks in order to be that variety of a 1955 S1MM008? Different die stage? Okay. Yeah, I went through A through K. A is not verified. So, and then there's another one, but it was an earlier year than 55. Let's see where I had that at. Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm trying to get some information, so I won't go in there, or sending out information. Let me see. Well, I got all your. Let me see. If you're posting, yes, you are. Yes, pretty much. Here's all the listings. See, you know better how to navigate his. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so 001 is not, because it's got, you can see the S is above the mint. It's not 2 because it has a serif in the front. It could be 3, but I don't think it's enough. 4, 004. There's a lot going on. And then 1MM005 has a little bit more than mine. Mine's mostly is thick, and it has all the lines on the inside, and there's some extra little, I would say, features between the top serif in the first round and the bottom serif against the back, and this is thinner. And I can't see the rest of them because it doesn't show up. Let me hit that link again that you have posted. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't rush it. Don't rush it. Yeah, the rest of them don't come up. Undefined variable page. It's not showing up. Try this one? Okay. There's no picture for 6. Um, 008. Young Coin Hunter said there was something that was not visible in this one. And it's not 10. Let's go to the next page. And it shows 11 and 12. 11 might be it. No? There's a flat surface underneath the curve of the top of the S. And 12 is too thin. Let me go back. These are close though. It's not 001. Parts of 002. There is on 03. 1mm04. It's got a split right behind the S on the west side of the first loop going around and down. 105. Try this one? Okay. Let me go back to you. Okay, YouTube. Okay, I went to 12 now. 2 extra punchings shows 2 extra, one to the north and then one slightly to the east of the main mint mark. And I see the 9 shows on the 12, it shows an actual split on the 9 and the top. Nice. Let's go back to the first page. Hey, Midnight, how you doing? Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. Don't anywhere else? Let me see. The only thing I can say for any certainty for myself, even though I'm not an expert, but you guys can take a look at that B in the E, and I'm pretty sure on the E on the top it's damaged, but the middle part of the E, there seems to be a split there. The R seems to have a split on the backside of R. What do you guys think? The eyelid? Let me check the eyelid. I don't see it in the eyelid. I checked that earlier. If you guys can tell me something more, hey, there might be, now that I see it second time. Yeah, to the bust. Variety Vista. Okay. It won't work here. I gotta go to YouTube. Lux DDO1. On the stage A, silver. There's something in the eyelid. Okay, let me go back to the eyelid. Boy, if you guys can see the eyelid and something on that, I see something, but I'm not sure what it is. Look at stage C. Okay, let me go back. Stage C, stage C. Okay, I'm on stage C right now. I'm looking at the eye on stage C in Variety Vista. And let me go back what you guys are saying over here. Young Coin Hunter, where do you see the extra serif? On the S, top, or the bottom one? Okay, I'm in StreamYard, and I'm looking at the S, the top serif or the bottom serif? The top of the eye? Okay, I'm going back top of the eye. Where is it? There it is. In God We Trust? Okay, I'll move that to that next. I'm in StreamYard. It's faster. There's the I, the N. If you guys see something, shout it out. I really see the thickness of the B. And the eye's kind of on the thick side for me. But like I said, I'm all new to this, but it looks pretty. And then I'm looking for any die scratches. You guys see anything there? There's a good scratch right there. You guys see it? There's cuds all over the rim. Like that one there? Die markers? Yeah, I thought the same thing. What part, Midnight? Where do you want me to zoom in on it? I can get as close as that. And this, I want to see that looks like. Okay, above God we trust. All right, let's start with the N. I-N. Okay, I'm gonna go to God. You see those little three above the O? Anybody see that? Look at the end. Okay. On the rim, bottom left of N. See, no, I don't. What about inside the N on the right side? You give up? Sorry there, Lincoln. Behind his head, there's something there. Yeah, I see that. Not the outside, not inside, outside the bottom left. Yeah, I see that now. Look at the difference between the thickness in the N in the left leg is thick. And the right arm is thin. The left leg is double. Yeah, I can see the thickness in the left side of the N and the thinness of the right side. Look in the G, O, and D. Serif to the left of I, too. Let me see. Extra serif on the O. Whoops. Now the W shows, see if you guys see the same thing. W shows thickness on the left. On the D, on the inside circle of the right, you can see a line that's doubling. Let's see. Yeah, I can see the line. Definitely a DDO. Now DDO, which one? That's what we need to find out now. Excuse me, guys. My camera fell down. There we go. Get it all lined up. I got it in the Mylar right now. I hope so. But you know what's more fascinating than a new discovery is the fact that I'm learning the stuff. That's what really fascinates me. And it's good. Like last night, we were going through this, and my brain wouldn't shut off. Sure. Which word you want me to concentrate on? Yeah, you're right there. Midnight. Now, let me ask you guys something. Do you see a line on the N on the left side? I'm sorry, on the right side in the very center of the N on the right side line going down in God? Okay, Lincoln, try this one. Okay, let me see if I can get go back to YouTube, Write Vista, and in God. Okay. The OD of God, the GO in God, the word we, the TR of trust, the US in trust. You can actually see the thickness of the U and the S on top and the bottom. The ST and the I has something above and below it. The date and mint mark, the lib in liberty, the BER of liberty, the RTY of liberty, the 1 and 9, the 55, the mint mark positioning, and the die scratch, the back of his head looks like the lower part, and then a die chip on the upper left wheat grains. Let me, the lag is really bad. It seems like StreamYard keeps up. I'm looking at the eye and it comes and goes. You know, I see something right below the eyelid, straight down front. Okay. Let me turn it over and see if you guys see anything there. This is the reverse. Do you guys see the line above the P in a pluribus? And it's going from the middle of the P to the rim, but doesn't touch the rim. Bottom of the right read. Okay, that's tide deterioration. Okay. Going down the wheat. I don't see anything there. That's a gouge. Still going up to wheat stock on the right side. We're going on the 1. Now we're going on the cent. Oh, believe me, guys, try this one out. I got a bunch of these. And here's another. And another. See, that one to me is a normal S mint mark. Silver nitrate. Which one looks like a silver, like a Wexler's coin? This one, the one I put back in here. Man, the lag is really bad. Whoops. Yeah, I've got quite a few of them here. I've got 9 more over here that I'm gonna check out. They didn't come from a roll. A cent hoarder sent it to you. Send them all in? Wow. Midnight, who should I send it to? Wexler's, Copper Coins, Robert Lawson. They cost money, yeah. See, to me, that's a normal that matches the, but then if you look on the upper, really, what year? Midnight, what year? What are you saying, a penny, a dime, nickel? Ooh, nice. Okay, I will. I'm gonna write that down so I won't forget to watch it. Let's see, Midnight Silver Run video 2014. Got it. I did watch? Boy, there's a lot of lag. I'm looking at, that's right. I remember now. I try to comment on everybody's. I got almost 1,000 people, and anytime I see a video, I always comment. Don't let me burn out. I sent a dozen coins. If you want honest opinion and want it listed, send it to Wexler's. Copper coins will list anything, not an issue, but Wexler has more prestige. Okay. Aunt Orda, how you doing? Yeah, I try to comment everybody's videos. Always a thumbs up too. Would it be good to get a better camera to take pictures? I mean, a better scope that has a camera on it? Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, see, I enjoy this. I mean, last night we really got into it with Midnight and the Pluribus and Super and Melissa. Going to different places, looking at stages. The first thing I looked for was the mint style. See if it was matching any of those, and it didn't. No, turn your channel settings to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, I'm not moving the coin right now, and I have a new coin that's not in the flip. I mean, and it's moving around still on YouTube, but on. There we go. Huh. Well, anyway, that's what I'm trying to do, and some I usually don't weigh these coins. Yep, around the money. But I've got several. I have 20 of these. See, to me, that's a normal S mint mark. See into the I. Nope. Trust. Now the S and the U, one side is thicker than the other. On the U especially. And this is different. This is a different coin. YouTube Studio. Let's move it down some more for the TNR. Completely different 1955S. All right, Silver Nitrate. Thanks for coming by, man. See what Liberty looks like. The rim? Okay. Deterioration. If you guys see something, shout it out. Man, he's got some gouges there, some scratches. Oof. On the back side. Let's start with a pluribus. Looks pretty normal. The 1. The 0, the O, looks a little bit thicker on the left than it does on the right. And then the cent, oh, we're down to 2 people. That's okay. And the T and the N. Let's start with the wheat stock. I could swear there's die chips right there. Another one there. Those are pretty good scratches. Let's get another one. Here's a 55. See, to me, that's a normal S. But then at the top, looks like a little bit of a split. Not sure. 9 bottom has a very tail end. Has a split. Let's see. Nothing in his forehead, nothing in his eye that I can tell. Let's see about his hair. I am no expert, but learning. Let's see, Liberty. There's something with a T right there. on the right side of it. And that L looks like destroyed on the left side. Let's see the shoulder, collar, bow tie. No. United States of America. Let's see. Wheat stock. There could be some damage right there. Do you guys see those lines? One that goes right to the center of the S to the weak stock. Is that are those die scratches? I see two of them. One up to the middle of the S and one above it. Any takers? Oh. YouTube side shows 1955S. My StreamYard shows the back of the 1955. Excuse me. I do, Ron Weiss. Yeah, there you go on that one. Good night, Lincoln. Good luck tomorrow, man. That's a gouge on the end. Okay, let's try another one. This is a new one. Not much trouble there on that one. I'll be thinking about you tomorrow there, Lincoln. Looking to the eye, there's nothing there. Nothing on the ear. His chin. His bow tie. Down his bust. Let's go up the field. He looks a little thicker. I don't see dice marks or die scratches in the back of his head. Okay, let's look on the back. America. United. Man, that U seems like it's separated far away from the N. States. Let's check this wheat stock out. I wonder where everybody's at. Okay, here's another one. See, to me, that's a normal S, in my opinion. This is the collar, bow tie, lips, nose, nothing on the eyes, I don't think. Maybe there's a, huh. Staring at his eye. Okay, that's the front. Ooh, looks like a die chip there. Let me turn it around. Unum e pluribus. The one. Cent. Whoa. Anybody see that in the center of the screen? Young Coin Hunter, do you see it? Right there. I don't think that's part of the design. Did I lose everybody? Tell me if that's not a die chip. Or am I using the wrong term? Thanks, Midnight. So I'm going to point to it again. It doesn't fit the pattern of the wheat stock. All this here. That's pretty good size one too. Shoot, I'm gonna put them all in the flips and then take a look at them one at a time. But the first one I showed you, that one there is going to be my number one investigation. But the die chip, I don't see anywhere else either. Oh, wait a minute, at the bottom. Is that one right there? So 2 die chips. Let me check the other side. Same places. Nope. How about this one here, guys? Right there. Yeah, I know. But the one I just showed you right now on this die chip, what do you guys think? Right where I'm pointing at. Whew. What do you think they charged for that one coin? $18, huh? And do I give him an explanation of what I'm seeing or let him just tell me what it is? Yeah. I've heard that argument too. Still looking at it. Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna take a little bit of a bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Got a lot to go through. Jeez. Anyway, I'm going to put them all in flips because they're all pretty nice. These are the ones St. Horder sent me. These are all 1955 S's. So I'm going to keep those in separate and then start going into more detail. People say the same thing about my die clashes, and I'm getting them graded with great. Was a great move. Awesome. Someone says, I will lean towards a new discovery since no other match can be found, so I definitely be worth checking it out. Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I hit the table. Right. And that's for sure. Slacker Stacker. Come on up. And I'll tell you. Nice to see you. Oh, I thought you'd be in early to see me. You always tell me I'm always so late. I started about 10 o'clock my time. The other night I was here at 9. Oh, Slow Stacker. I'm sorry. I Slacker Stacker is the other one I was thinking of. That's cool. Actually, my interests vary. I'm a teacher, so I'm interested in everything about school, sports, cars, astronomy, chemistry. I ranch. I grow vegetables. I restore cars, trucks. Let me see if I have you on my team. Yeah, I put you down mainly because I remember your icon and the Army Air Corps symbol on the side of your. I'm trying to figure out what kind of plane that is. That's not American. It's got to be more like a either British Spitfire or I'm talking about the silhouette of the plane on your. Midnight Silver Run. There it is. 1 hour and 26 minutes so far. Okay. Hey, Lucky Seven, how you doing? Glad to see everybody here. It's American, but not sure which plane though. Okay, I can tell you this. If you would say it's American, it looks like a P-47. My dad was in World War II, and so was his two brothers. And we used to watch movies a lot. He, my dad, and my uncle would say, "Hey, that's a B. That's a B-17 or B-29 or B-25, P-51, P-38." That's the first time I think I've seen you in a while. Let's see. I think it's a Corsair. I don't think it is. It's not a Warhawk. P-40. Four people. Awesome. I feel funny talking to myself over here, even though you guys are in the conversation. Just makes it feel a little odd. So I'm gonna put, while you guys are there talking to me, I'm gonna get some flips and put them all. Okay. So this is a 1955. And I should write down what those things were. Actually, I should make those little cardboards I can put inside the flips. Okay. What do you guys have been doing lately? How's staying at home? I hope you guys are nice and safe. You guys need everything you need? How's it for you, Lucky? Let me get a marker. I don't need a marker. Use this. Okay. Nope, won't work. Thought it would. Nope. Let's try it again. Get a thick one. Let's see. What are you guys all working on right now? Oh, cool. Are you the driver of the truck of the fire, or are you on a ladder, or? I work on the fire trucks. Oh, you're a mechanic. Yeah, you're vital. You're vital, man. Believe me. I ran with you guys for fire and rescue, only because I was a tow truck driver. I only did it for a year. Man, I saw so much stuff you wouldn't believe. Oh, yeah, you would believe it because you were there. You probably hear a lot of stories from the guys. Never been to Boston. Here it's nice back there. I'm putting on my 1955 flips. 25 years. Awesome. Maybe you get to retire soon then. No, you're essential right now. They won't let you retire. "25 years. I wish I could say that about my job. I'm trying to get back into teaching. My parents got sick. My principal was not a very good person, in my opinion. And I left that job full time in 2015. And I'm doing substitute teaching, and I seem to have a knack for it. But anyway, there's more pressing things right now at the time right now is happening in this world. It seems like a lot of people need each other right now. Hey, boss man. How you doing? Okay. Show it. Yeah. I was wondering that too myself. More outlaw. Wow. I'm looking at your videos. Okay, let me put some of these away inside of a flip. Dun, 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 dun. I was wondering where Melissa's at. She's probably in. No, nobody's there. Unless they went to Justin's. Let's see. I'm not even sure I have Justin Busman. No, he's not live either. Huh. Yeah, he is.
There was pepper in between for some reason. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're there. The Pluribus is there, Hoover's there, John Argent, Non-Con's there, and Justin. Are you sleeping? Or you were sleeping? Anyway, let's see. I gotta put these away before they get scratched up more. I had them in a tube before, but I hear it's safer, or maybe some people have other opinions about being in Mylars. Lucky is from Boston, from what I read his last statement. Let's see, is that 55 too? Oops. That's a 55 also. There's three of us. And let's see, any more? I got an 82 there. Not two more. 55s. A mill? Usually, I shouldn't say this, but it could be accidental, and it could be to 1955. I got them all in flips. Now, how many are together? 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of them. Let me see if these are also. Yep. Right on the side. 82. $17 altogether. I could imagine. Man, my hands are getting so dry now that I've been washing our hands so much. So I have 17 of them, looks like. Nice and protected. Make sure 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Excuse me, 18. Man, after a while, you get so many pennies. Wow, Minnesota. So what is it, 2 o'clock in the morning over in Minnesota, young coin hunter? I'm in California. So it's only, what, midnight? 4 minutes to midnight? I gotta make some videos too tonight. I got mail call. I've got History Man. How you doing? How was your day today? Then I got a box of nickels to do. I think I want to do that live and just do 10 a night, 10 rolls a night, even though we've done 4 of them. So, and it's not very good. In the first roll, I only got 47. Second roll, in 1956. In the third roll, I have a 2005D Ocean View. And the others are not to mention, but in the first roll, I have a 68S. I always keep the San Franciscos for some reason. I mean, it's because it's probably California. And I have a 1969S. And in the second roll, I found a 62P for a reason. I have to look at it really closely why. 2004 P, Philadelphia. That's the Peace Medal. And out of 4 rolls, 160 nickels, I could keep 7, which comes out 7 out of the 4 rolls at 4.4% keep rate. And I do that because I'm trying to figure out, would it be better to buy a whole bag of 1950s or a bag of penny of $5,050 worth and pay $200 and $225 and pull out all the key dates, or maybe all the key dates are already pulled out? I'm not sure what would go through. Oh, you too, Coin Hunter? I mean, young Coin Hunter. You keep them all, huh? Yeah. Well, the funny thing is now I'm learning the 64 D over D Jefferson, looking for full steps. I keep everything from 1970 down. I would figure they're through. I have the thing is, let me ask you this, Coin Hunter. As a teacher, I always bring up coins the last 5 minutes of class, and some of the kids have really gotten interested in it. But I have a lot of kids who have cash all the time on them. I don't mean coins, mostly cash as in currency. And but when I mention about a silver dollar or a silver quarter or half dollar, I tell them about it, and they come up with more stuff. Yes, you can. History Man, go ahead and show yourself in the backstage, and then when I see you, I'll put you on in the room. Okay, I see it. You can take yourself off when you put the Shaw on if you want.
There we go. All right, the Shaw is here.
Hey, there you go. Hey, the Shaw. Hey, I remember distinctly. I used to remember hearing him talk in English when he came to the United States a few times, and
yeah,
he didn't seem like a real mean person, but you never can tell from behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, yeah. The things that that I like about him is that he like during like the 60s, even 70s, because I made a video about it. Hector, have you seen it?
Some I began to see it, but I got so busy, and my wife's home now, so
Right.
Yeah, she got some stuff for me to do. You know that.
All right.
But I'll go back and finish and seeing it though. I got interested in looking at all your videos.
All right. It's gonna be there, so yeah, all the time. When I was studying about it while I was making the video, I was like, oh, okay, he did. I guess he did some good things here. He improved the education, and that's there.
Mm-hmm.
And what else did I mention?
Well, one of the things that I remember from him, and that were complaining about him, was that he was becoming too modernization.
Modernization, that's the problem.
Yeah, and the country was going more to the conservative right, Islamic, and if I remember correctly, um, he didn't like some of the actually the Islam were imams. I'm sorry, imams. They were more into modesty for the women, more control of the patriarch. I mean, all that stuff. I mean, yeah, I remember.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was not that long ago. You know what I mean? But you know, it's kind of interesting, and it was so. I think it's also one of the biggest mistakes that it was so like he really wanted to westernize the country, and I studied his father too. Um,
I remember him, but not as much as his son.
right, exactly, yeah, because like he was like when he was because he was out of the rain until like what until like when as soon as like both Russia and Britain decided to invade Iran because
Right.
he had
That was
sympathies with
that was
Hitler.
the 60s and part of the 70s.
Yeah. So, so they got him, and his son became in charge of the country. But yeah, man, you know,
Lucky's over talking about the number of deaths in the United States. Are you at high school or are you in college now?
me,
Yes.
I graduated on high school. And I used to take out, but I'm not in college anymore.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
because when I was in high school, um, Vietnam was going very steadily, and it didn't
Oh,
end.
okay.
It didn't end until April '75, which I graduated in June.
You
And
told me you said you were in high school.
yeah,
When I put my when I uploaded my grandpa's film.
yeah, and it's funny because everything you talk about right now is it's like not history for me. It's just I remember that being in the news and how I met Iranian
Right.
students at my college, and it was an interesting time.
Very
Very well.
interesting. Very interesting. The '60s was a very interesting decade. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
it was
like
counterculture. It was a time where we didn't trust anybody over 30, and drugs
yeah,
and rock and roll, and
rock and roll and
yeah, I couldn't wait to get into high school, and it didn't turn out to be that way. It took longer, I guess. It's really weird. You know how they said by 2020 we'll be flying cars, you know? Well, that's not true because
right.
it took longer. So when everybody was talking about the things in the 60s and 70s that should be happening within the 5 years from that time, it didn't happen.
Exactly. I've heard about that.
It's still the problems we're arguing with about the government, and I keep telling people we're supposed to be the government. The people that run and we complain about the government is that you're not putting a name to a person's decision that made that you don't like. So don't say it's a government. A
Right.
government is not
Exactly.
the body of itself. So
I agree with you 100%. I
no, you're
definitely agree
welcome,
with you
Lucky.
100%.
Well,
Because
it's just like coins. To me, coins equal history.
I that's why I love coins too, and that's why I collect coins. Is I just think like when I pick up a coin, even a weed set, you know, I say like, I wonder who hold this before me. You know what I mean? Makes you wonder.
Well, I have a few coins that my grandfather gave me that he said that I was supposed to have a certain coin that my grandpa said it, but I really didn't expect anything from him. But he saved me a few
Right.
coins that I was collecting when I was in high school, and I brought them home with me, and I know he had them. But he used to tell me that when he was growing up, went through the Mexican Revolution as a boy from
Oh.
1910, yeah, from 1910 to 1920. He saw things, and the monetization in Mexico was different because the coins, whoever was like, for example, Pancho Villa. I just saw a video on his car being in a town. They won't say the location of it, but I could probably find out later where it's at. But they found his car sitting in the same place for 100 years.
Oh
And
wow.
yeah, and it's not buried. It's just that Mexico doesn't really knock down and well, I shouldn't say Mexico, but in that part of history, all he did was put the street higher and build in front of the wreckage and use the walls that were good and left everything as it is, demolished, destroyed, run down, different levels of the street. And they had to go through this maze in order to get to this car. But in there, they were saying, "Oh, when we had this going here," and they found some coins that were like from 1909. They were just going through the trash, and they weren't very valuable because.
Wow, I can see
But
that. Yeah.
it was a disco after that, and it was a speakeasy during the probation, and they were talking about how Pancho Villa ran rum and not rum, yeah, well, hard liquor to the United States because during that time, but it wasn't true, but
Right.
that was all debunked, so that was pretty good.
Also, Hector, I just noticed you watch him too, the history guy on YouTube.
Yes, I do.
I just noticed that you have a playlist on about history. I was like, oh, I know that guy. I watch him.
Yeah, and I also watched the $2 documentary.
$2 document, the history about the $2.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, he has a whole series of $2 currency that you can tell where it started from. It tells you the printing process, the history behind it, who engraved it, his history. I mean, it goes on and on. I mean,
yeah, that's why I love him.
I mean, that alone, it was $2 is okay. It's pretty common denomination nowadays, but where it originated, how it started, why it started, when it stopped in a certain year and then came back in '63. I didn't know. I thought $2 bills existed all the time since it made, but it stopped printing a few years and it came back in '63.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's why I like the history guy, because he talks about history that nobody ever talks about.
Well, when I was growing up, I learned history from my parents because they went through the Depression. They went through migratory.
Right.
They came from Mexico when there was no border.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Pancho Villa, the Mexican Revolution, and they used to talk about, why are you guys celebrating Cinco de Mayo? It's like us celebrating the Boston Massacre. It's not it's just a battle or a happening event in history.
In Mexico, yeah.
And it's in Mexico. They don't celebrate in Mexico.
Really? They don't?
They don't.
I can see why. No.
I'm here.
Okay. I can see why.
Well, it's just it's funny because they appreciate the food, they appreciate the language, and they appreciate the business and the labor, but to stay here, it's not happening.
It's not happening, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it originated because of France, invaded Mexico, right? And,
well, it started with the Spaniards in 1519.
Oh, okay.
And they dominated the country, and they went south and to South America, and with 500 men, they landed in 1519 in Veracruz. But they also used a lot of the indigenous people in the area, and they defeated the Aztecs, which controlled the majority of the area. And well, that's history. It's a blend of two cultures, actually three cultures: the Indians, the Spanish, and the Catholicism.
Catholicism, yeah.
Right. So
Hector.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a history teacher yourself, because you said you're a teacher.
Yes, but I'm a kinesiology teacher.
A what?
Kinesiology teacher.
What is that? I'm sorry if I sound very stupid right now.
It's like a PE teacher with sports medicine behind it.
Oh, okay. So you're both?
Yep. And I'm also an English teacher.
Oh, okay.
So that's why the reason interest, because I have more than one interest.
Right.
And I wanted to put my channel name as Hector's Interests and in Coins.
Right, yeah, because
but it came out
interested on coins, right?
Yeah, well, it's Hector's in Coins. That's it.
Oh,
and
okay.
I made a mistake when I first saw it, but everybody started saying, "Hey, that's a cool name," and that's why I just kept it that way. I wanted to say was Hector's Interests and in Coins, because I also restore cars. I like raising gardens and anything that's like, I like welding, carpentry, woodworking,
right,
tools. I mean, I don't throw anything away. I try to salvage it. I'll repair anything to keep it.
Me too. Me too. I'm the same way too. I try to repair my stuff.
Yeah, because my friend of mine, I've known since first grade, and we still see each other about once a week, at least once a week. And he'll call me up. Hey, what are you doing? This and that. And he says, hey, I just picked up some stuff. And I said, what'd you pick up? DC-3 1947 diesel tractor. I'm going, really? So we go and check it out and work on it a little bit.
Some people, yeah. Some people say, I mean, my family. I don't know why, but they're not a big fan of me, collecting like type of like antique stuff, especially vintage electronics, because they always say where I'm gonna get the parts for this thing, or where I'm gonna get this. Even the thing that the most questionable about is the tubes. And it was like,
Yeah.
oh Troy, where are you gonna get the tubes from? Where are you gonna get the tubes? I can literally. There's plenty on eBay. If you look on eBay, there's a bunch of.
Yep. Because
And
I have my dad's old RCA, what they used to call cabinet music, and it's 1970s era. And
Okay.
I got my 1977. What is it called? It's I got a turntable, dual German made turntable, vinyl turntable for a record player.
Okay.
TVs from the 60s in my garage that I still use.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
See, that's why the interest. I mean, there isn't something I'm not interested in.
definitely, man. It's especially like old CRT sets. To be honest, I think the thing I like them about is that they're not fragile.
I used to remember this is kind of strange when you said where you find the tubes. I used to go to the store, and in the corner of the store, you could go actually find this contraption that was in a grocery store. You get the tube that wasn't working, you plug it in, test it, and you can actually get the tube that's in the cabinet right next to it, and you can pull out the tube that you wanted.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's fascinating.
And I used to have that machine, but when I moved, my dad trashed it. Hey, Aunt Orda.
Hey, Aunt Orda. A Victrola?
Yeah, that's my grandma's age, my era. My dad.
Yeah, I mean Victrolas are really good to have because they're mechanical, they're not electric.
Right, and nowadays you can get electricity from sun, so
yeah, nowadays, yeah.
That's the good thing, not having to lose it.
Right. Even though if you still have if you don't have it though, if your power is out, you can still use it.
A friend of mine sent me a coin, and he actually sent me coins, and I've been identifying them.
Okay.
And I think I got an Iranian one.
You see?
Let me see. Mexico, Chile, Espanol, Norway, Philippines, South Africa, Russia. I even have a German Nazi coin. And
I have one too.
And I didn't want to get one because I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable having it in the house, I guess.
Yeah,
It's a German one. Where is it? I got it here. I know I have it. Russian. I have Algeria, Brazil, España.
Well, you got a lot of foreign coins there. I have a bunch.
Oh, I still have 2 pages to do, and I've got like 4. I don't know, about 4. Really tall medicine bottles filled with foreign coins.
Wow.
Yeah, I did it. I can't find the Iran one. And I think
you found the Iranian one, you said?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now. Let me see. Maybe let's see. I'm trying to organize them too because I'm gonna start making pages of nothing but Sweden, nothing but England, Australia, France, and I'm looking through them right now. Let's see, Germany. Oh, I found the German one. 1945. Actually, at the end of the war.
And the war, yeah.
Yeah. So Third Reich War. It's made out of zinc, and they made these from 1933 to 1945 for that era.
I can see.
I might just collect, keep that one, and I might like to, because I feel uncomfortable because my dad's brothers all fought against the Axis powers.
Yeah, I can see why.
Nope, I know I had it. I had an Iranian one, but I just can't find it right now. It's
Right.
books. But yeah,
It's with the Shah in it, right? And the lion and the sword.
yeah. Ant Order said the same thing. He says Nazi coins has had bad connotation. Well, so does Auschwitz. But I remember at the end of the war,
Yeah.
one of my dad's friends was a guard after they were liberated the camps, and he was there protecting the Jewish people, or I don't know what the guard, but basically he was there, and they made the German people in each of the towns, in Buchenwald, Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, all the places that, and I didn't know there were 1,700 of them, of the camps, and they made the townsfolk who lived nearby to go visit those homes. I mean, those camps. But yeah, that was a weird scene. I mean, see it on TV as a history, but that yet our relatives actually saw it in person. They
Right.
saw the atrocity.
They saw it in person.
Yeah, it's just like
Maybe
my
with my great uncle on my grandpa's side. He fought during D-Day during World War II. He was in Omaha actually,
oof.
first wave, and every time like after the war, every time my grandpa would tell him, "Hey, you want to hang out for the Rockaway Beach? I'll bring out the kids over there and stuff like that." He would not go with him. He would not go to a beach. He's afraid of beaches. Was because of that.
Yeah.
You
He
know,
wasn't afraid of beaches. What I found out was with my dad, and I'm not saying your grandfather wasn't afraid, or your uncle.
Right.
But the fact that I remember my dad saying a smell would give him the memory of what he saw, and he said he could actually see it like he was there that day.
I could see that. I could see that. Even the smell of it too.
And Orda, I know what you mean. He says I'm a Native American. Nazi regimes would have rounded me up and killed me, and I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
I found out there was a woman. I went and looked because I saw a Nazi film, and I'm sorry, it was a Nazi film, or it was a Nazi film because it was during the time they were in the camps, and I saw a Catholic nun among the Jewish people, and they're all with kids. She was with kids. Her name is Edith something. I forgot her last name, but she was an atheist because of World War One. She converted to Catholicism, and she was Jewish. And she went with her family or the kids that she was with, or she said she couldn't leave her people, so she went to the concentration camps and she was killed in the concentration camps as a
Wow.
Catholic woman.
Just
I mean,
because of
those
that.
kind of stories. I see. There's also another film that I saw on TV where there's a man landing in Normandy. It's during the invasion, and he gets shot, and he falls to the ground. I was always interested to find out who he was, and not just give a name to a person. I mean, to give a person a name in a film that I don't know, it may be bad for the people that knew him. To be reminded of how he got, killed. But I'm curious about it, because when you go to all the cemeteries, like in Manila, my plan is to go to Manila and go to the American cemetery. It's like when I go to my dad's plot, all the
Mhm.
guys around him. I got a cousin there. I got three uncles that are buried in the American portion of the veterans plots, and I see a lot of my dad's friends, names that I recognize. They're not nameless. I mean, it's kind of weird. And then when I go to another place where they have American soldiers, in the cemetery, I always see the
Mhm.
flag there, and I said, don't know who these people are,
Right.
but we have names.
Have names. Yeah. You know.
To me, history is not
It's
one person making a decision. It's
exactly.
one person who carries out that decision.
Exactly. I always say too, like, um, I wanted to visit, like before the coronavirus happened, I wanted to visit, my grandpa's second wife. I wanted to pay respects because, she had a painful, horrible death, when she passed away in '89. And
Mhm.
after studying her story, it was just amazing because I have most of her things. I guess my grandpa, like I say, he's the type of guy to keep stuff. He doesn't give some things away, but when I was studying about her, when you watched his video, you heard a woman's voice.
Mhm.
That was her, and I wanted to do that. And my family think it's weird. It's like, oh, why are you visiting Tobia? You know what I mean? And because she's not related to you, yeah, I get it. It's just that the reason why I want to pay respects is because I don't know. I just want to thank her for like what she has done, to my grandma because I feel like Tobia means something to me. You know what I mean?
How do you
Sometimes
how do you say the name? Tobia or Tovia
Tobia,
with a B?
yeah, with a
Okay.
B. My grandpa calls her Toby. You
Hmm.
know? Yeah, my
Yeah,
grand my
because there's a Spanish name that is close to that, but I don't remember exactly how it goes. But we used to call Tobias. That's a Spanish name.
right. That's a Spanish name.
Yeah.
Now her name is Tobia. Well, we call her Toby for short. You know.
It's just like the. uh, it sounds weird, but I never thought of it this way. But when somebody was talking about why we should take down the Confederate flag, why
Yeah.
take out the Confederate soldiers like Lee, and not honor them because actually they were traitors. I mean, that's why one person put it. And I'm going, wow, that's kind of harsh.
It's
We
kind of
kind of
harsh. Yeah.
remember we kind of remember that the reason why we went to war was because they became their own. They succeeded from the United States,
Right.
and but they say that way they cleaned it up and they said no, it wasn't treason. It was trying to protect their way of life. Well, the way of
Actually,
life
I always
wasn't.
say like I think about the Civil War. It was just because it started was to keep the Union together,
Mhm.
and that's what the North was trying to do.
And I remember also that the South was not voting for free slavery, and they were trying to prevent it through the Mason-Dixon line. They
Right.
were trying not to add more, like California. That was close to, it became a state in 1950, and the war was started, 10 years later, and 11 years later, and they didn't want more of the free states to come into the Union because then they would have been legally be able to ratify slavery being outlawed. And the trade was another one, the manufacturing. But they were saying that I don't know. It's just an argument that I just can't put my head around because if you really
Right.
think about it, it was really about slavery one, not and their way of life was during that. So it's not. It's I haven't dealt into it much because it's really controversial. My
Very, very, very.
family is from Texas, and they have very strong opinions about the South.
Right.
But even though they're
I mean,
they're
that's what I think. If you're just studying about the history of the Civil War.
What do you plan to do in college?
I've went, but the thing is like, the math, man, it's so hard, you know. I decided
Well,
to,
I can tell you it applies to history.
yeah. Actually, I never got a history class for the first day too. I never did. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll just keep doing what I gotta do, that I like to do, and that's that, you know.
Take a look at Stacker's channel. And see what you see about the aviation marker on his pad and his banner on his channel.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Take a look when you see what it looks like. Oh. Slow Stacker.
I really love that logo. I
Yeah,
really do.
that reminds me of my dad's service and his brother's service. My dad really wanted to be a. You know, actually, this is something that I really want to see if I can get a hold of Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. They're big World War II buffs, or I should say, they have a connection in some reason. But you know how they have the Tuskegee Airmen,
What?
the Tuskegee Airmen.
Oh, the Tuskegee Airmen? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know there was another squadron that came from Mexico?
Oh yeah, I've heard. Like
the 201st
the Mexican Expeditionary Force, right?
Yep. And it was the 201st Fighter Squadron from Mexico. They fought in the Philippines. My uncle Isidore, from what I hear, is he was guarding the planes when they were surveying in the Pacific.
Wow.
And they still have the same issues of prejudice or saying that because they're Mexicans they couldn't fly airplanes and because they weren't intelligent enough, and language barrier was the worst thing about it. And I remember reading one story or listening to. As a matter of fact, they're on the YouTube. They were interviewed, but it's all in Spanish though.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I
Yeah.
can hear you now.
All right.
What, Mexican veterans from the war?
Yeah, there's only 10 left.
That's still living to this day?
Yep.
I mean, I gotta watch that. Send me can you send me a link?
It's in my
Your playlist?
Yeah.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. I remember the history guy was talking about it.
Hey, Slow Stacker, how did you get a hold of the Air Corps logo?
That's awesome.
Yeah. What's your interest in it?
To be honest, you know, the whole thing came about with International Stacker. He helped me put my channel together. And I was big into like the old war bond photos and posters and things like that. And so he's like, why don't we use one of those? So this is actually World War II, American World War II buy war bonds poster that we edited.
My whole family was involved in that because my dad had 10 brothers and sisters. I met 9 of them. And I remember seeing things they would put in the trunk when the war was over. I opened the trunk when I was a little kid. I found my dad's, my grandmother's 3 blue stars, you know, banner that they put in the window. I found letters from the Red Cross from my dad and my uncle Isidore and my uncle Zeke. My uncle Zeke served in Europe, in England, and he was there during the bombing. He was a hospital attendant, hospital tech.
Excellent.
So a lot of the music, I took. You know what an honor flight is? Honor flight was when I took my dad and 67 other World War II veterans and a few nurses from that era. And we took them to Washington, D.C. to see their World War II Pacific and Atlantic War Memorial. And it was pretty neat. Oop. We lost somebody.
We lost him.
He'll come back.
Yeah, he'll come back.
And
yeah, that's interesting.
But I mean, they were telling me stories like I met guys in Guam. I met guys who were in Guam. I met guys that went to Normandy. I met 3 nurses that were taking care of the guys in the war. And my dad was in the Philippines. He went on the second wave at MacArthur's landing when he said, "I shall return," on October 20th. Yeah, 1944.
Hold on, Hector. I got something to show you. Wait 1 sec.
Sure.
Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked off the stream there.
No, it happens. I mean, we all do that.
So that's interesting. You were talking about your family. My family, both my grandparents served in World War II.
Mhm.
My grandpa, on my mom's side, was at Pearl Harbor.
In
and-
Chicago?
Say again?
Was that in Chicago?
No, he was at Pearl Harbor.
Oh, at Pearl Harbor. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
at Pearl Harbor during the bombing. And he never really talked about it very much, but we did get him to talk about it one time in front of camera. And I really need to track down that recording. But I recall him saying that they were building some kind of like lieutenant's office or something like that. And there was a large crane and they handed him a rifle, but no bullets. And he's like, well, that's stupid. What am I going to do with this? So he just hid under the crane until the bombing stopped. And then he got out and helped. And then he was a submariner on the USS Grenadier. And the USS Grenadier was scuttled. They lost control of their ballast tanks and weren't able to. I can't remember. I think they dove, but they weren't able to dive again, and so they waited and then surfaced, and it was beyond repair, and so then they scuttled the submarine,
Right.
and then they were picked up by a Japanese oil tanker, and they were POWs, and that movie that just came out like a couple years ago, Unbreakable. My grandpa was in a POW camp with that guy for quite a while.
Really?
So he, when World War II ended, he was returned to the U.S. and he became the commander of the Point Loma submarine base for a while. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then my other grandpa on my dad's side was in the Army, and he was a radio guy, but they went to the Pacifics. I can't remember what island he was on, but he ended up becoming a not sonar, like a radar guy. And so then he did that, and like he talked about like kamikazes and waving at the Japanese spy plane, and the guy would wave back at him and stuff like that. It's totally like super interesting stories.
My grandfather on my mom's side, he was basically surviving the Mexican Revolution from 1910 to 1920. He was born in 1907, and from what I remember him saying was they were just trying to survive to eat. That was their big war.
Sure.
And then but then he came to the United States in 1940, and he worked as a part of the Bracero program. He was working in the fields because he was essential workers, and they gave him a special visa so that he can come over here and work, and they sent him back, when the season was over. But then he found a job working in the shipyards in the Bay Area, fixing Liberty ships.
Oh, wow.
And then my dad's father was in the Mexican Revolution. He tells me, and I can't confirm it, but he was like a medic, and he would take care of the troops that were wounded fighting the Mexico government. And what do you got there?
This is an article when Mexico decided to join the Allies. I have an article about it here.
Does it talk about the 2 ships that were sunk because they were carrying oil for the Americans, and the German U-boats sank both Mexican ships?
Let's
I'm
see.
going to find the names of those 2 ships.
Let's see. Yep. It talks about the sinking too.
Okay. Do you have the names of those ships?
Okay, let's see. The government. Okay, second sinking. I think it talks about the ships. Hold on.
How
Sure.
cool was that?
Well, see,
Yeah.
I read this, but you know why? I went to Wingstop, and they had aviation theme in there, right? And
Oh yeah, sinkings turns the trick. The miracle happened in the sinking of two Mexican tankers, and the loss at least 38 Mexican seamen had lost the tankers, and seamen must be regarded perhaps only such an act could serve to awaken the Mexican masses. Talks about it, but I don't know if I could see
the
the names
ships.
of the ships.
See, that's more information I ever got because I never knew how many were on there. And after that, Mexico declared war on Germany, and since they declared war on Germany, they also declared war on Italy and Japan.
Right. Oh man, I gotta read this because my teacher my sophomore year teacher homeroom teacher gave me this. She said she found it in her house, and she decided to give it to me, and I'll take a look at it and I'll give you information about it
Sure.
because I've never took a look at it, not
You
even
know,
one time.
I could probably call the National University of Mexico and ask them or the archives. And since I
Well,
speak Spanish, I can able to talk to them. But I just never thought to research it until the reason why I said Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks because they have a special place for like Saving Private Ryan and I was thinking about making a movie about like the Red Tails for
Wait, yep, at the ship's name it says right here, the second Mexican ship, the Faja de Oro. I hope I pronounced that right.
Say it again.
Faja de Oro.
Spell it.
Fajadeoro.
It means gold belt.
There you go.
Baja is your belt in front and it's made out of gold.
Hmm.
And does it say if it's a designation for a Mexican? Well, it has to be flagged a Mexican ship.
I don't know.
Does it
Yeah,
mention?
that's what it says. With a loss of 10 lives. That's the name of the ship.
what was the date?
May 24th, 1942.
So there was a U.S. or there was a Mexican oil tanker, the SS Tuxpan, Tuxpam, that was sunk on the 27th of June, 42.
Spell that again.
Okay, so yeah.
Tuxpam, Tuxpam. It was
Yeah, I gotta read this, see what it says.
What
But-
year was that again? The date?
42. June 27th.
June of 42.
It was
June 27th.
27th of June, 1942.
Yeah, it was that close. I remember it said in a 2-month period, 2 ships were sunk by the German U-boats. Or the same German U-boat, I should say. I was telling.
That's interesting.
So it was sunk by 2 torpedoes from a U-129.
129. Well, that's the most information I got.
Yeah.
But I was gonna talk to
Hector,
yeah.
do you want me to like take a picture of the article and I'll send it to you?
Yeah. That'd be cool.
And, I'll send it to you on email.
All right.
Maybe you can look at it from there. So take a picture of it and I'll send it to you. It has a
I'll put it
I think it has another article about it too. It's a big headline too.
You should be able to look at our private chat. I'll put it in there. You can take it from there.
What?
You know how to look at private chat here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna send you my private chat, and I'll put the email there.
Okay.
I just sent you the info on the Tuxpan.
Oh, Tuxpan.
Tanker?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks,
yeah.
so Stacker.
There's my
pretty
email.
interesting. There's way more to it. Like they fired two torpedoes and one malfunction, and the U-boat had to dive. And then it didn't. One torpedo hit, and then it didn't sink the oil tanker. So the U-boat resurfaced and opened fire with deck guns and destroyed it.
Oh, jeez.
Like, it's way more interesting than just a torpedo hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it shows it here on Wikipedia.
Okay, hold on. Let me just take a picture real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, she was an old ship too. It says it was made in 1903.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Wow, she made it around. She made it for the Dutch Amerikanische Petroleum about Hamburg, Germany in 1914. It was laid up in New York City, and for that year, it was renamed the SS Cushing for Standard Oil in 1918. And then it was requested by the U.S. Navy. Wow, I didn't know that. As the USS Chinampa for the Naval Overseas Transportation Service and returned to owners in May of 1919, well, after World War I. In 1924, she was sold to Italian owners, renamed Americana Forcia. Tampico from 1940 on. She was seized by the Mexican government and renamed the SS Tuxpan on April the 8th, 1941. That is so cool. That's going to help me a lot. Let me write that down. I have these index cards. I write everything down so I can visit it later.
Hey, Dutch. Yeah, I'm going to send you the thing on email. I'm taking the picture right now.
I wonder if there's a picture of the U. See, I always like to know the names of the people that were on there. The people that, I mean, I know it's maybe a little bit too information to see who was the commander of German U-boat 129. Wow, I found his name.
How crazy is that?
That is unbelievable. His name's Nikolai Clausen. He was commanding of the ship from 21st May 1941 until the 13th of May 1942. Oh, these are commanders.
If you go to his Wikipedia, I'll send it to you. It shows you his history, all the ships he sunk.
Oh, here's the whole history of the U-29, 1941. It talks about the first and second patrols, the fourth, the fifth and sixth, the seventh, eighth, and ninth, the 10th, and the fifth on the 2.6 year.
So that
shows all the ships that he sunk.
Check it out. The same commander, 27th of June, 1942, same day. He sunk Las Chuapas and the Tuxpan.
I see it now.
Awesome. This is awesome.
This is awesome. I can't believe I'm learning new stuff here.
And in Slow Stacker, I thought that, oh man, this is oh man, this is great. This is great. And it shows it. They show a U-505 on the same page. Unbelievable.
I wish there was more information about it. I'm just
Yeah.
reading the Las Chuapas page. There's not a whole lot.
Well, I know that there's a name for this, naval something. I know for American shipping, the Naval Academy is probably one place you can probably look. There's like a registry or something like that. Talks about all the ships. I got. This is really great.
You know what? I'd be really interested to find out because I looked up on the Grenadier like where it is and how deep it is because I have my open water dive certificate, so I can dive, but I can't dive 270 feet or like 700 feet like the Grenadier is. But how cool would it be to dive one of these shipwrecks if it wasn't so deep?
Well, I'm
having
look
that
up
connection,
Okay, I'm looking at the location of the new 129 German U-boat. Its location. She was laid down. This and that. Operations commanders. It doesn't say where its location.
You can actually if you look enough, you can find the coordinates, like latitude and longitude of where it is, and then find out how deep it is.
Oh, I found here. I found a link that says U-boat net, and it says it was ordered on the August 7th of 1939. The keel was laid down on July 30th, 1940. It was launched on 28th of February, 1941. Commissioned in May 21st of 41. Commanders are
Hector.
Yes, sir.
That's I put down the name on the what ship that was sunk on that newspaper I read. That's the name, and I have the Wikipedia page. I'll send the link in the private chat too if you want to know about the ship.
Okay. Because I would really like to contact Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg to make a movie about that. The airmen from Mexico and how we got started in the war. But that'd be a long shot though. But that would be the history of my family because of the war.
Right.
One of the stories my dad tells me is when Pearl Harbor was bombed. This is probably a connection to Slow Stacker, but they were coming home from mass, and when they got home, they said that the Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor, and the whole family goes, "Where in the heck is Pearl Harbor?" And they talked about it, and they ran inside and listened to the music. Listened to the radio, turned off the music, I guess, and all the day was the news and about Pearl Harbor. And so Monday morning, my dad went to school, high school, and he said he couldn't find any of the seniors. They all had gone to volunteer.
Wow.
And then when he got old enough to join, he left, and he didn't graduate until a year or two after he came back from the war. I think he was class of 47, and he was supposed to be in the class of 43.
Okay, so I've found both locations.
Really?
Yeah.
On the Mexican ships?
Yep.
Or the U-boat?
So I just put it in the chat, but there's under a list of shipwrecks, you can find their locations, and they're like right next to each other.
Were they going escorted, or were they by themselves?
They were unescorted, but I don't know if that means like there's no military ships with them. They're just the tankers. But it looks like they're right off the coast of San Rafael. I think they're both right off the coast of San Rafael. You have to zoom out on the map. Yeah, they're both like right next to each other. But how deep is the water there? It's like 47 miles off the coast.
Yeah, near Gutierrez Zamora, San Rafael y Vega de la Torre. Man, they went down south. Yeah, because yes, sir.
Which one? Which one head south?
They sank it just. Mexico City is. I'm sorry. Tampico is and remember I was telling you about Veracruz? It's only a few miles north of Veracruz where they sunk the ship's location.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and the home port for one of them was Tampico. So I wonder if they were headed south
or north because they were supplying oil to the United States.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
But where where are they headed to?
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't know that the German Nazi U-boats were that far south of the United States. It would make sense because then you wouldn't have to worry about military ships patrolling the outside of the states itself. I wonder if Mexico was declared war on by Nazi Germany.
I think it was just them because it was pissed off that the Germans sunk their ships.
This is cool.
It is. I never knew. I never knew about Mexico's role until I saw you guys. You know what I mean? I know a little bit about that squadron, but I didn't know completely. Or how did Mexico got into the war?
Very cool.
Yeah, and it's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Most of my students not interested in history. They don't like math. They don't like English. The only thing they like to do is on their phones.
Pretty much.
I like to play Fortnite.
Pretty much.
My grandson too.
Huh?
My grandson too.
No, that's what they like.
Pretty much, and to be honest, I'm pretty much only in the family. Well, besides my grandpa, but he passed. But I'm pretty much the only one in the family that likes history, pretty much.
Oh, you got to see me in World War II, World War I, turn of the century, 1898, Spanish War.
The Spanish American War. We talking about?
Yeah.
Spanish American War. Yeah, I know about it. What about it?
Oh no, it's just in my topics of interest.
Oh yeah, that's what you're interested in.
American history. Actually, I like to know a timeline between what was happening in the United States when it was happening in Germany, what was happening in China. Because my dad had a friend who was one of the he was a mechanic for Chenault's Tigers, Flying Tigers, in the 1930s.
Right. But yeah, I just think history is an amazing topic, and and I got it from my grandpa, because he used to tell me stories. Because he grew up during the Great Depression, so he told me a lot of stories of what he's done in his life.
Wow, he even shows me a picture of the guy.
Huh?
Captain Lieutenant Nikolai Clausen.
You have a picture of him?
Yeah. On the same the U-boat .net.
That's the captain that sunk the boat, right?
Let's see. May
he sunk both of them.
Actually, May 24th. I mean, if he sunk the one on 42, May 24th, it is not him, because I'm sorry. He got ranks, but doesn't show when he was on the ship.
The two that he sunk were the Tuxpan
Tuxpan and
Los Guapas.
yeah.
And
Baja del Oro. That's a belt of gold.
that's the one that History Man found, but that's a different captain or different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the one that's in the article of my newspaper. That was talking about.
I'm looking at a picture of Hans Ludwig Witt. He was Korvetten Kapitan. He was born in 1909, December 25th, and he died in 1980. Wow, that is
Who?
something else.
Who?
Hans Ludwig Witt.
Hold on. Can you send the link who he is?
Which one?
Hans.
Hans? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where's Hans?
All right, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure being on here.
Same here. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was nice to meet you, Slow Stacker.
Yeah.
It really is.
Nice chatting with you. Catch you guys later.
All right, Slow Stacker. Thank you.
Later on.
Good night.
Bye. Okay. But this is interesting, actually. I never knew this.
No, neither did I. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put it in private chat. The link to Hans.
Okay.
Hey, Dutch Pirate. I didn't see you. I'm sorry. You were on the other side.
He came up. I was talking. I was chatting with him.
One of my favorite movies is Sink the Bismarck, where the Hood and shoot, Her Majesty's ship, the Hood, and something. Two other ships. How you doing, Dutch Silver Pirate?
So this is the guy, right? That sunk those ships.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that was interesting that the slow track would show up. That was cool.
It is. It really is.
Unbelievable.
So I can't believe I have an article about them joining the war. That's why I like to collect these old newspapers. I forgot to tell you, Hector, I do collect like old newspapers and stuff.
You want to hear something?
Yeah.
On my wall in my fourth bedroom, that's supposed to be my office, I have a series of papers that are on the wall from the 1900s, 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, from San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Austin, Texas, from all over the United States. And I have on the wall. Yeah. You know how libraries have the sticks where you put each paper page and you separate them by the old wooden
like a bound, like you put.
No, they're just loose on there, and I hang them on my wall.
Like, so are there articles or full papers?
Full papers.
Full papers?
They're replicas of papers from the past.
That's amazing, actually. I mean, that's amazing, actually. I have most of them. I have as originals here.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
You only have to make sure that if they're originals, if they start turning yellow, you should start putting them in paper that's acid free.
Yeah.
Because the air will deteriorate them.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm starting to learn how to. Well, I've been doing it since I was a kid, when I was 8 years old.
Conservative. Yeah, I should learn some conservative tips on how to preserve newspapers.
Right now, I use bags, but I'm planning to get because I have so many, and it's it's going to be an expensive project to do. And I keep getting more and more and more. I mean, thank God I have over 1,000 plastic bags for these types of things. But I'm thinking about using acid-free boxes that they use in libraries, because I've went to my town's archive and they taught me how to do all of this stuff. So I was
Uh-huh.
thinking about let me get these acid-free boxes because I think they're much better and put. You can put them much better. So I was thinking about getting one of those, but I'm certain like they're a little. It's gonna be a little expensive because I have so many now.
Uh-huh.
And at the time when I started collecting, I never even thought of it until now.
Have you thought of digitizing just in case?
Yeah, I digitize every single page.
Good. Now you do it by scanning or use it by photograph?
I have a scanner app that can do it on my phone.
I just noticed something right now. It shows a crew of 29, and here's all their names. Oh my gosh.
No, really?
Yeah, Gunter Boom, Heinz Buchlos,
Wait, on the ship or on the
on
on the
crew of
on the
29
U-boat?
on the let's see, on the U-boat Hans Ludwig Witt. He had a crew of 29. And he sunk 19 ships.
19 ships.
Yeah, he had U-boat 161, 129, and U-boat 3524. Only one period of time from 3 patrols of May 14th, 1942, and the U-boat 129 was he actually on war patrol, but the other 3 ships he wasn't.
This is getting interesting and interesting. I'm telling you.
Hans started in October 1940, began U-boat training. After taking over the command of the type XC-40 U-boat 40 from Compton Class, he completed 3 various patrols in the Western Atlantic and Caribbean, sinking 19 ships over 100,000 tons. Afterwards, he spent a year as a member of BDU, U-boat command staff. In the last months of the war, he was highly decorated U-boat commanders like Schnee, Kremer, and Emmerman, and Top, who took command of the new Electro U-boats in an attempt to turn the tide in the Battle of the Atlantic. And U-3524, he scuttled the boat before finished training.
Interesting.
I wonder if any of them are still alive.
Could be. You never know.
Because it only lists 17, the other 12 doesn't list. And they're all
Like
linked.
a Panamanian ship? Why Panama? What, they're in the war as well?
Oh, it does show when they died. It was born in this one guy. His name is Gero Zimmerman. He was born in 1910, died in 41 in the southwest of Iceland.
That's a captain or one of the crew members?
One of the crew members. His name was Zimmerman. Let me try another guy.
Did it say that some of them are alive or no?
No, they show that they died. This guy named of Gunter LeBaum. He was born in 1911 and died in 44 in the Barents Sea.
Oh, during the war.
Yeah. Heinz Buchholz. Oh, there's even a picture of him too.
That silver part says, have you, he likes a story from Admiral Byrd. Do you know him?
No.
No, I don't either, Dutch.
See, this tells me these people, they have a face now.
Right.
Oh, there's one guy who died here in 2001. He was 92.
Oh, man.
He was born in 1909. His name is Karl von Eschstein.
And he's one of the crew members on the
Right.
U-boat?
On the U-boat 129.
That's amazing.
Dresky, Hans Wilhelm von Dresky. He died in 1940. I don't know what the Firth of Clyde is. He was a young guy too. He's only 32. Adolf Drumreese. He died in the Barents Straits, March 24th, 1942. Wilhelm Froelich. He was 29, died in the North Sea.
It's on the website that you're looking at?
I'm looking at the uboat.net.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Yeah, where you see, okay, I'm
But
gonna
I don't see it.
okay, where you see U-boat aces, Hans Ludwig Witt. You see that?
Yeah.
Where it says Corvette Captain, and it says Crew 29.
Corvin Captain. Hold on. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, right next to his name, below his name, you'll see Crew.
Okay. All right. Below his name is.
Below his name, Hans Ludwig Witt, Corvin Captain, Corvetten Kapitan.
I clicked it.
It's in blue. Click that.
See it now.
It shows Kriegsmarine Cruise, Crew 29, and it shows all the names.
Wow. I see him now. I see the one that passed away in 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the guy that died in 65. He was 57.
He won the Iron Cross.
Heinrich. He died in 1940.
This is actually a good source.
Here's another guy, Gunter Kushman.
Okay.
He died in 1940 in the North Sea.
See.
I wonder if any of these guys died at the same time or on different ships.
Maybe I think like different ships because the boat survived itself, right? It was scrapped later on.
Yeah, but don't forget they would transfer sometimes. A lot of people would transfer to different ships when they needed more experienced people on different ships. So
different ships, yeah. It could be they must be got sunk.
Here's another guy.
It says what boats they were. So this guy, his name is Hans Wilhelm von Drisky. He died in 1940, age 32, and he says that it was sunk. The ship that he was on, his U-boat.
Traveling as an explorer to Atlantic, so weird things in King back and fleet from U.S. Marine and moving attack and new arriving in Antarctica. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Antarctica, I'm sorry. Yeah, have a good night too, sir. He left a while ago.
Yeah. That said, Admiral Byrd was a traveling explorer to Antarctica. He saw some weird things and came back with a fleet from the U.S. Marines, and they were attacked when they arrived in Antarctica. That's interesting.
Man, this is a great site.
It is. I'm going to bookmark it. This is a good source.
See, this is why my channel name is Hector's Interest and in Coins.
Because your interest is like mostly into history, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
You should make you can keep like the coins. You should make a history account as well, like me, you know.
Yeah, I could, but I mostly read.
You mostly read?
Yeah, I mostly read about history. Like I've got a book right now that I'm reading. It's all the article. How should I put it? It's all the papers like the U.S. Constitution, the Magna Carta, the papers like that, speeches from say Kennedy, Johnson, Lincoln, George Washington, Jefferson, even some obituaries. I forget the name of the book. I've got it in the living room. But I read a lot of historicals. I want to know their thought pattern, people's how they thought and why they thought it that way. Boy, I got both the bookmarks put down. Is there even photos?
This is awesome. I love this site. This happened in 1947.
I wonder if they do this thing
Bird.
for American naval ships during World War II. Let's see. USN
Dutch, I'll check it out.
Ships. Because I found my dad's ship where he went to the war. He was on USS.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Like I said, this is why I like history, because you can find stuff that we still don't even know about. You know what I mean? And there's just so many things in history that you could explore. You know what I mean, Hector?
Yeah. Wow. Category: World War II naval ships in the United States. Subcategories: World War II aircraft carriers, amphibious warfare vessels, auxiliary ships, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, frigates and cruisers, escorts, gunboats, naval ships captured by Japanese during World War II, World War time mine warfare vessels in the United States. And then the second part of naval ships in the United States, list of naval ships losses in World War II. It goes on and on. I mean, the list is huge.
Hey.
Yes.
I said right,
Too many for one lifetime. Yeah. Wasn't Byrd English or American? I can't remember now. Admiral Byrd was American.
I think he said he's American.
The government ordered Byrd to remain silent for what he witnessed during the Atlantic assignment, March 11th, 1947. Wow. Hey, I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. Too many for a lifetime. Exactly. This is why history is a really good subject. You can always discover. That's why I love when I read the old newspapers. There's a lot of stuff in there I don't even know about. You know what I mean? And that's what makes it. That's what makes it fun.
Well, my mind right now is like going 100 miles an hour right now. I get into the zone and I can't stop. It's fun.
Yeah, it is. Me too. When somebody brings up something,
well, I'm glad that Phil Cyber came in. He gave us. Oh man, he was just a source.
A really good source.
Yeah.
His name is Richard E. Byrd, born on October 25th, 1888 in Winchester, Virginia, died on March 11, 1957 in Boston. He was a U.S. naval officer, pioneer aviator, and polar explorer, the best known for his explorations of Antarctica using airplanes and other technical resources. That's interesting. Have to keep that in mind.
Well, this is awesome. Pioneer aviator and polar explorer, known for his good. I'm reading some more. Sorry.
Okay. I wonder who sunk the one that's that Mexico had enough and they declared war. And that's what it said on my newspaper.
Oh, this is unbelievable. It even gives coordinates of where ships were lost.
Cortez, the president at the time, or
for example, they lost 5 aircraft carriers during. Is it just the 5 aircraft carriers? I guess it's escort carriers, escort aircraft carriers. Those are CVEs, and the aircraft carriers that lost was the Hornet, Lexington, Princeton, Wasp, and the Yorktown. You see, my dad was in the Battle of Leyte, and the Princeton was lost there, sunk by a land-based aircraft bomb.
where he was at?
My dad? Yeah, he was in Leyte.
Yeah.
He landed with MacArthur on October 20th of 44. And he was on the island for until the 14th of November 1944 when he got wounded. And the only reason I know that is because I saw my dad's discharge papers and DD 214, which tells me all his stuff and that where he's at, where he's trained, what was his specialty. As a matter of fact, we got a letter years ago.
Okay, yeah.
62 years after the war ended. So that must have been 2007. We got a letter from the U.S. War Department. At the time, it was called War Department. Now it's called the Department of Defense. And it was from the Army.
Right.
And it said that he was given and awarded the Bronze Star for valor, but it was never given to him.
Supposed to get what? What?
A Bronze Star.
Oh man.
It's the 4th highest, from what I understand. It's like, I think it's like the Medal of Honor, the Silver Star. I forget what.
So it's like the 4th highest medal, right? I've heard of that.
Right.
And he was supposed to get it, but he never got it.
Yeah. I think, and he got 3 battle stars, 4 battle stars, something like that. I can't remember the decorations, but I got all his medals at home, at his house.
You got his medals at his house? At your house?
Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, wow.
My mom's still alive.
Wow, that's crazy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending it to you right now, the article, if you want to read it.
Okay. Man, this
you got it?
Let me see. By mail or?
Well, hold on. Yeah, by your email. Hold on. It says the address is not found. Hold on, 1 second. Let's sign it again.
Okay, I'll send it in private. Let's see where I'm at. Oh, you're right. Where the 2's at should be a 1. I'll send it again. Hold on. Okay, you see it in private chat?
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Just the 2 and 3 shouldn't be there.
And 9. All right, sending.
Okay, let me look at my email. I've got so many tabs that I'm looking for it.
All right, send. It says Troy Hollins, where from? That's my email there.
Okay. I got the picture.
You got the picture?
Yeah.
You can read it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna read that later, but I'm gonna save that.
Yeah.
Man, it shows this. I put in on Wikipedia
Yeah.
of U.S. naval losses in World War II. And it goes.
Okay.
It's huge. It's huge. Oh my God, that many.
Oh
people,
yeah.
that many people died. I can't believe that.
Definitely, man.
It even gives coordinates where they're located at too when they sunk them.
The ships, I see it. On the website here.
Let's see. As a matter of fact, one of my bucket list things is to go to Leyte and see where my dad was in the war. Hey,
To where?
go to Leyte.
Leyte? Oh, when in the Pacific?
Mm-hmm.
He was in the Navy, right?
No, he was Army.
Oh, he was Army? Okay.
Yeah. He was transported by the USS Brooks.
Okay.
And I can tell you he was at Camp Roberts. Oh, man, he was in there.
What happened? What'd you say?
And he tells me all these names that I've always heard. Palayan, San Jose Munoz, Tarlac.
They got some World War I stuff here too, as well, on the site.
Wow, this is wild. This is really wild. Man, can you imagine the study you can do on this?
Yeah. Like, because I always wondered, there's a U-boat sunk near the coast of New Jersey. That's where I'm from. And I wonder where, like where it's located. I mean, I know where it's located. It's down in South Jersey, but where is it? Like, it's a U-boat in South Jersey here. Got the name of which, but it was here. My grandpa told me that it was here. When they sunk it, but it was here when I guess they were looking at some stockyards in Brooklyn at the time. I don't remember what he said. What?
No, I'm just looking. I'm just reading something. Wow. What year was it sunk?
The boat, the U-boat. I think it was 43 or 42.
That's close to where you're at then, because it shows. I'm also on U-boat on the same website. It shows all the ships that were sunk U-boats off the coast of the Atlantic and the Mexican Gulf.
Okay.
It goes U-boats lost off the U.S. East Coast, ships hit by U-boats off the U.S. coast of the East Coast and Gulf. Dang. Let me see about the one that might be yours. Okay. I'm going to give you a name and see if it's the one that you're looking for. U-boat 521 sank on June 2nd, 1943.
Near the coast of Jersey, right?
It says northeast of Norfolk in the position 3743 north, 73.16 west. Depth charges from the U.S. patrol boat, the USS PC 565.
I think that. Wait 1 second. I think so. Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, near Monmouth. Yeah.
Let me send you the link.
Yeah, send me the link.
I'll put it in private. Well, private's fine. You see it?
Yes, I do. Hold on. Let me see.
There's still 4 of us in there.
People, I can't believe 4 people still up.
I know. Well, not only that, we're talking about history, and usually it's
It's coins, and we're so off topic.
yeah. That's fine. You know, I don't
We're
like
throwing something that's completely off topic. You know.
not for my channel name.
Channel name? Oh yeah, Hector's interest in coins, right? Yeah.
Hector's interest in coins, but I should have been and in coins.
And in coins.
Yeah. I want to thank everybody who's out there. The 4 people that are there. Thank you for listening to us. This is just fascinating for me on history point of World War II. Now I'm going to look at the West Coast and see who we lost there. I hope that we can memorialize their names. It's just even mentioning their names. In the same year, 1443, U-boat 84 was sank on August the 7th, 1943, in the North Atlantic South off of Bermuda. And the same in 1943, U-boat 176 sunk on the 15th of May, 1943, in the Florida Straits, northeast of Havana, in a position of 3221 north, 8018 west, by depth charges from the Cuban patrol craft. Wow, I didn't know Cuba did that.
Cuba did what?
They sank a U-boat.
Cuba sank a U-boat?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were even in the war.
They were sunk. Here, let me repeat it again.
Okay.
U-boat 176, and it was commanded by Rainer Dirksen. It sank on the 15th of May, 1943, in the Florida Straits, northeast of Havana, in a position of 23.21 north, 80.80 west, by depth charges from the Cuban vessel patrol boat CS-13.
What? That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
Nope. And if you see all that, all the blue ones were sunk in 1942, and there's one not far off the Florida coast, and that was U-boat 157. Wolf Hahn, or Henny, was sunk at 2150 hours on the 13th of June, 1942, in the Gulf of Mexico, north of Havana, Cuba, position 2413 north, for 13 minutes north, I think I just said, 82 degrees 3 minutes west, by depth charges from the U.S. Coast Guard cutter UCGC. I can't read that one. THETIS. Thetis. No, I did not know Cuba sunk anything from Germany.
I didn't know either. I didn't even know that. Hold on, let me see.
Whoa. Now, it doesn't say if they died on ship. The Germans. And here's another one. U-84 Horst Uphoff sank on 7 August of 1943 in the North Atlantic southwest of Bermuda, by a Fido homing torpedo from the U.S. Liberator aircraft VB-105, U.S. Naval Bomber 4. Unbelievable. Huh. Even the Canadians got involved in sinking the U-boat.
It surprised me. I mean, the Canadians declared war on Germany.
Right. I didn't know they sunk a ship so close to Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah, I actually saw one that too. I was like, that's crazy.
These are all the crazy ones. This one was just off the coast of Cape Hatteras.
Where's that at?
South of Cape Hatteras, in the position of 34 degrees, 13 minutes north, 70 degrees, 34 minutes west, by depth charges from the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Icarus. Huh. What a name for a ship. Yeah. From 1942 to 1945, they show all the boats. Now they also show the U-boats, that ships hit by U-boats off the coast of, man, a lot of them. And there's books about U-boats.
Yeah.
Oh, Slow Stacker should have been here. This one here talks about where divers dare.
Do you even dive into them?
Well, he said he's got his open water certificate.
Does he dive into those too?
No, he can't go back. His certification only goes to 75 meters or 75 feet. I forget what he said. But yeah.
But he dives and looks at them himself?
Well, he said he wanted to, but he doesn't have the certification to go that deep.
Oh yeah, because you need like a ID to do that. Or like, you know, like some type of permission to go into these sunken ships.
Yeah, because they're graveyards. They're
right.
Yeah. Boy, this is really interesting. Let's see what flying saucers had to call off the invasion. Wow. That's something.
This is crazy, man. This is really nuts. I gotta take a look at this site when I'm.
Yeah, well, you know, yeah, I need to. I don't want to take my time reading it because you actually hear it and some people in the room. But yeah, this is interesting though. Golly.
So I could look at this all day.
All day. It's gonna take you weeks. See, this is why I don't do well in school, because I get, if I don't do something for an hour, anything more than that, I get antsy.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't sit very well. I don't sit very well if I'm not interested. If I'm not interested in something, I get antsy and I have to get up. And
have to get up and go.
Yeah, and right now, shoot, I'm glued to this.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. There's even people's faces, where their locations are. I mean, their births.
That's the crew on on each U-boat.
Right. And I wonder if
like, how did they know all this stuff?
Well, because they're all registered. The archives.
Right.
Well, I even have a website, and I heard about, but I haven't found it yet. But the Vatican allows you to look at all of their documents that they have stored.
They have stored there in their archives, I've heard.
I would love to go through Michelangelo's stuff and
man, that's my dream, man. That's my dream.
Because I always consider the reason why I like things that interest me the most is because I'm not how should I put this? I'm not a Renaissance man, but I would like to achieve some level of that degree.
Seeing something that old, right?
Yeah. Because I remember because when I was third grade, I learned to speak Latin for Mass. Well, I was able to pick up words from, old manuscripts that I would see on the school, and I would read some of the words, and with my Spanish background, I was able to decipher a lot of the words. And even to this day, I can still understand some of the Latin phrases above, like colleges. It has, or even like Semper Fi. I mean, even that's Latin for always faithful. And in Spanish, la fe, F-E is faith in Spanish, and Latin is F-I.
What's up, Aiden?
Hey, Aiden. Wow. My friend, I haven't seen you in ages.
Really?
Well, Alden's been, we would talk with
Thanks,
Craig,
Dutch. I'll see it.
with Craig and him and a few other people that we always meet. And then for a while, he wasn't there. And then I found out he was hospitalized. How you doing, Alden? Hope you're doing well. Oh, Young Coin Hunter's still here with us. Yes, sir. It has been a while. Sometimes it feels that way. How you doing, NC? How you been?
Japanese Antarctic expedition? I'm looking at this right now.
You know, do you ever see the movie? I'm going to tell you a secret. I like movies also. And one of my favorite movies is National Treasure.
Oh, yeah?
I don't like Nicolas Cage really that much as an actor. But in that movie, and the other one too, was the second movie he did in National Treasure, a sequel to it. I can't remember the name of the movie right now. But oh my gosh, just the fact about him, you know, just little simple things that come up that always attracts my attention when they talk about history. And that to me, that's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
And even when I was a kid, I used to remember Norse mythology, German mythology, Greek mythology, all that. I thought that was fascinating. And then I got into archaeology with the Aztecs and, you know, the founding of Mexico and how it was found.
How it was founded and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hector,
yeah.
Have you watched? I think this is a really good one to watch. Have you watched The Terror?
The what?
The Terror.
No.
Okay, so it has 2 seasons, but season 1 is very interesting and it's based on a true story. Is that it talks about the 1847 Franklin expedition. You've heard of it?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Yeah, it talks about that, and it's so interesting. Actually, it's a really, really good TV show, and it talks about like how the men was lost and they were just stranded and stuff like that, and that's just amazing. The one thing that's really, really silly is that they have this bear monster like pig whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's silly, but most of it is it's amazing though. It really brings you back.
He loves history too.
Aiden likes history too. That's cool, man.
Yeah. You see, and I'm usually older than most. I think I'm even older than Alden. I'm almost 64, and I just don't. There's some things that I have a good energy for, and other things I don't pay attention to. But once I get going on something, I really like just the information. Like even when I find a coin that's like I found a 55 S that's supposed to be.
You want to look it up, right?
Yeah, and I want to know why is this more valuable than the other one. It's more of the detail and the hunt of the history, the information, rather than the worth of the item. See, Alden's younger than I am. He's a young kid.
How old are you, Hector? If you don't mind me asking.
No, I'll be 64 at the end of the year.
You're 64? When I first met you, right, I really thought that you were in your 20s. Because you sound like you're a young guy in your 20s. But since you mentioned you remember the shot, and I'm like, how old is this guy? You know what I mean? Yeah, I really thought that you were in your 20s at first when I first met you.
Let me give you perspective. When I was in first grade, I remember being told that John Kennedy was shot and we were going across the street.
Right, you told me that.
And when we got out and went back we already knew he had passed away. That was That's not my first memory. My first memory was my dad getting fired from a job, the mosquito abatement, because he had a John Kennedy sticker on his car.
And that was like when
1959.
99.
Yeah, he was running for president.
He was running for president.
Mm-hmm. Or was it 1960? I'm trying to remember.
I think the election happened in 60.
Yeah, yeah. So he was running in 60 then. That's why I remember, because I was 4, and my grandma passed away in 61, so I was almost 5 then.
This is some interesting stuff.
Yes, sir. That's
Also, speaking of history, I recently I have a friend. He has his own store. He's from Pennsylvania. It's called Past Paper. And he has really good prices on his newspapers and magazines. He's been doing it since the 90s when the internet started to come out. I mean, I think he did it before, but he even started doing it on the internet since the 90s, and he has some really good stuff. Some magazines, and they're really, really good prices, and I like how he prices them. He prices them well, and I buy stuff from him. I can send you the link if you're interested, but
did you read what NC says about his first memory?
Oh, my first memory was I found out that the light bulb was hot.
That would teach you something real quick. And then
teach someone.
Remembers Kennedy when he was shot. Yeah. The worst I remember the worst was, and it was sad too, was the drums when they were taking his body from the rotunda to the burial, and his family.
Oh, I should have asked him that. I should have asked my grandfather before he passed away. He passed away recently. I should have asked him that. What was his first memory? Because I always wonder, what was his first memory of him?
It's funny you say that, because my aunt just passed away last December, and in January we went to her funeral, the January 22nd, because I don't know why they wait so long, but we went to see her, and she was a nun with the Sisters of Colundrite, and we were there, and I was meeting all the sisters and her age, and she was 90, and then I met her superiors, that were her bosses, and I met 2 sisters that were sisters, practically speaking. One was 101 and one was 103, and I met a lot of sisters there that were in their hundreds. There must have been 6 or 7 of them. And we sat there and we talked, and they were telling us about their recollections. I remember my daddy used to bring big blocks of ice. And I said, big blocks of ice? I said, yeah, that's how we used to refrigerate our food. We would buy this big ice, and men would deliver these chunks of 200-pound bags of ice, and they use an ice pick. And I remember an ice pick. I can't find an ice pick anywhere. You ever thought of an ice pick? What it looks like?
No.
An ice pick looks like the one I used, and I remember, and I don't have it because my parents have one. It's a wooden handle, and it's 4 squared with beveled edges, and it comes to a fine point, but it's so strong you can't break it. And that was kind of neat, because I said,
those things? I'm seeing it, what an ice pick is.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't see them anymore. You don't see them in utility stores.
I've never seen one in my life. This is the first time.
You ever see a rotary phone history?
What?
What is your first name?
Troy.
Troy, have you ever seen a rotary phone?
I have one.
I
have one. It's downstairs. It's from the 40s.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it still works.
My friend I told you I knew since 1st grade, he collects everything. He's got a warehouse that's 40 feet, it's 46 feet wide and 120 feet long, and it's 12 feet high.
Well, who is that? Who collects everything?
My friend since I was in 1st grade.
And he has, like, what? Like, almost every, like,
He's got 70 cars and tractors from 1909 up to the 60s.
What?
He's got telephones that are candlestick. He's got two, the Pacific Bell, which is California Ma Bell, when it used to be Ma Bell before, telephone booths. He's got cash registers. He's got pinball machines. He's got jukeboxes, Wurlitzers, and Pioneers. He's got antique farm implements like augers and scrapers and harnesses for horses. You know, he's got what? He's got transfer lines for electrical. He collects glass insulators for transporting lines of electricity from the 1930s, railroad spikes. I mean, you name it, he's got it.
Wow, that is one collection over there.
Mm-hmm. And I would say he would be a millionaire if he sold everything. He's got a 60. I
think so.
He's got a '64 Mustang sitting in his warehouse.
How big is this warehouse?
46 feet by 120 feet.
Wow, what?
Mm-hmm. And that's not all. He moved a house made in 1903, moved from another town to this town. He paid $1 for it, but it cost him almost $17,000 to move it.
That's crazy.
And right next to that, he built another the more how should he put it? He put it the more valuable stuff are in his other garage. And it's a triple wide garage, and it's probably about 60 or 70 feet, and it's all stuff that you would not believe: comic books, cards, tools, chisels, electrical, anything electrical, old radios, old TVs.
That's one way to keep everything.
Well, he's single. He's been divorced twice, and the only thing that he keeps is his properties, and you know.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
You know, I can see that. I can really see that. I mean, that's one big collection he got right there. You know.
Yeah, those ice boxes. Speaking of ice boxes, I remember my grandma's, and we could never really keep anything frozen in there. It was when we had to go to the ice cream parlor. That's the reason the ice cream parlors were so many, because you couldn't really get ice creams to stay frozen inside the boxes. That's why they were called ice boxes, and I didn't know that.
My grandpa told me about that too. He told me about ice boxes. He was a kid. He had one.
And we're a small town, but we had a soda fountain jerk. Really, that's a term of the job. And
a soda fountain jerk?
Yeah, he would make these sodas, and you would pick your flavors. And all it was syrup, water, and carbonization. And you can make your whatever you wanted. Cherry Coke cherry was never a Coke. It was always cherry soda or pop. That's why, I mean, when Coca-Cola did theirs, that's what they call themselves, is because of the cocaine. And
right.
I'm not sure how they got the name. Yeah, just to keep it cold, not frozen. Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, that's almost like the lifestyle in my mom's hometown, because they couldn't keep anything frozen or refrigerated because electricity wasn't in my mom's hometown. All they had was sun and freshness. So when they had a butcher shop kill something for sale, they had to be sold by the end of the day, or they would cure it where it was left over. So it was preservation, which is something I hear where it might be going towards, because gardens are being popped up. People don't go to the stores because you can't now.
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Hector, can I show you something?
Sure. You're on mute.
this is a Time magazine bound right here that goes from July of December of 1957, right? And it has the advertisements on there, everything, man. I'm trying to get it up so I can show you. It's big and heavy. But I recently got this.
Good night.
Good night, Ian. I recently got this. You see it?
Yes, I do. I remember those.
This?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember those advertisements.
Yeah.
That's funny. When you show something as history, I oh my God, I'm really showing my age. Oh my Lord, that's funny. No, the only reason a lot of people don't like being on the screen a lot. So if you want to stay on the screen, that's fine. It's up to you.
Right. I mean, I don't really show my face as much, but mostly on videos. If I'm live streaming, then yeah. But
yeah, we're just talking. And the funny thing is that a lot of the things that grew up as everyday stuff now is becoming how should I put it? Knowledge for preservation.
Right.
Like a lot of the foods that we used to cook as a kid. Well, my mom was cooking, and when I was a kid, at the time I was at her house, a lot of the food that we preserved it.
You preserved the food, right?
Yeah, because you never knew when tomorrow, because it was an everyday thing.
My grandpa always did that.
Yeah, you save $1. Remember the old adage? What's this? About the penny and Franklin used to say, Benjamin Franklin.
About what?
About saving a penny.
I forgot.
NC, do you know the quote about saving a penny?
Yeah, you know the quote about it.
I don't know the quote.
But my grandpa, yeah, he tell me like save that, and my grandpa always tells me that. Yeah, you actually got me started there too.
Shoot, it's funny. We used to go to where they build new houses, and we'd go. My dad would take a big old magnet, and he would go around the perimeter of the house that's being built, and we'd pick up all the nails using a big magnet. And said,
off the house.
Yeah, I says, what can't we just buy the nails? I says, well, you never know when you need a nail and you don't have money to buy it. And I said, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I can agree with him. He's 100% right.
Yeah.
What if you don't have money to buy the nails?
Well, it's like when my dad would call me over to help him butcher rabbits, because my dad would raise rabbits and sell them to his friends at work. And we would eat rabbits once in a while at the house, but not very often because my mom really didn't like killing little bunnies.
Right.
But my dad said, "Come over here." I said, "No, Dad, I don't want you to show me how to kill an animal." I said, "You're gonna need to know this once in a while." And sure enough, if every time has got bad, I know how to cut up a hog, cut up a beef, chicken.
Right. Yeah.
It's not a pleasant thing to do, but if you have to, you have to. You have
to.
Yeah. So a lot of it's like this is how rural we are sometimes, and it's not a bad thing. It's really a good thing because my parents would tell me, "Oh, you can eat that," and I go, "You can eat that." And then when I was in Boy Scouts, I learned to eat dandelions and wild weed and how to find wild rice, and make a meal, or how to snag a I don't know, fish or wild turkey or whatever. And I remember one time that I was picking up this green stuff and I was weeding it and throwing it in the trash. And my mom and dad say, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" I says, "I'm weeding." I said, "Yeah, but you're throwing food away." I said, "Dad, these are weeds." "No, that's not. Berulaga it's almost like a succulent, but it's very edible. And I had some and I thought, hey, this is pretty good. But my kids won't eat it because it's on the side of the road.
Right. Crazy. Yeah, my grandpa told me same things too, I mean, what a good guy he was.
And then grandpas are always good guys.
Yeah, they are.
I didn't know my dad's father because he died before I was born. But my mom's
So you
dad,
said he died in the 50s, right?
yeah, he died in '54. And my dad, he was a good grandpa to my grandson, so they knew each other, which is lucky because I've always wanted to know 4 generations. I think that's always possible, to know.
I mean, when he was born,
Yeah, and my mom's father, my maternal grandfather.
Wait, when he was born, Hector?
Huh?
I said when he was born.
My grandfather on my dad's side.
Yeah.
1888.
1888.
Yep.
And you talked to this person? You talked to him?
No, he was the one that passed away before I was born.
Oh no, on your mom's side, I was trying to.
Oh yeah, he lived with us 6 months at a time. When he retired, he moved with us. He would live with us 6 months out of the year. Every other 2 years. And hey, young coin herder.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to stress. I just looked at over 400 wheat cents with a couple of next is the 50s. Will I do that later?
Okay. Well, he was one of the people. You see, I do the same thing. While people are talking, I'm listening and I'm working on my coins.
Right.
That's what I like to do too. Also.
That's what I like to do. Also, matter of fact, when I was, when you guys were talking at the last stream that I came up, I was digitizing my grandpa's slide, so I was doing that. Yeah, because sadly the slide projector that I have, it's not working. You know what I mean? It's not working.
The other thing too is when you do talk, you seem to have a better concentration in listening and doing something. And young coin hunter, don't forget, you can't get any more coins really from the banks. I went to the bank. No, friends of mine were telling me they can't go to the bank because they won't let them in the lobby anymore.
Yeah.
Contact.
Oh yeah.
Well, signs of the times. I mean,
Hector, you do coin roll hunts too?
Do I do what?
Coin roll hunts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I just finished my last box. And I've got my box of $100 of nickels. What why I started was I started at 5 or 10 rolls at a time. I took my time.
And when did you get interested in coins?
My dad. My dad started me when I was very young, and then when I was a Boy Scout, I had to get my merit badges, and one of them was coin collecting, and I still have my stash from 50 years ago.
Wow.
And I took all those out, and I went through them, and I put them in books, rolled them up. I've got 6 boxes of coins that I've collected, and I've got another 3 or 4 boxes in 2x2s, and they're all, dates that I haven't gone through. And I still have, and I keep all my 82s, 83s, and 84s and down. I check all the modern coins just real quick to see if, and then I keep a list of all the coins that are valuable that have errors to look for, and I look for those. And if they're not, and it's real quick on the modern ones, but the older ones I keep because most.
I like the older ones, to be honest.
The older ones, the Lincoln pennies, anything before 1982, and you got to be careful. Some 82s are zinc, and there are 7 varieties of the 82s, so you got to make sure. I weigh mine, but you can also tell by the look and the texture of the surface of each coin. But I use a scale to make sure that it's 3.1 for copper and 2.5 for zinc. And I keep all the copper because they're worth 2 pennies each. So a roll of pennies is $1. That's why I save them.
Yeah.
And then I go back and check to see if they're like now that we can't get any more coins from boxes of coins from the bank. I'm not going to go through them each individual, because if you find an RPM, like I have a 1971 S double, it's a 2 S's one on top of the other. They call them repunched mint marks, and it's worth $15.
I have to think about, because I never did a Quinwell hunt in a while, because I've been so busy collecting other stuff, you know. Um, I've been thinking about doing it soon.
No, anything, right now, history can be time consuming, but sometimes fresh perspective and a second hobby is good because it gives you a break.
Yeah, that's right, because my videos, Hector, is so time consuming. I worked hard in that Iranian Revolution video. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I worked hard in that Revolution video, and it took me like at least like when I had the idea back in February, so it took me like a month to do.
And the other thing too I liked about talking to people on YouTube, and I've met some people that I would have never really have met if it was in my lifetime, because I worked in retail for 25 years, and I go to a store and I meet most of them. So if I go to a store and there's 100 people in there, and there's 24 stores I got to go to, that's 2,400 in less than a year. And then as a teacher, I have classes of 30 to 35 to 40, and there's 6 classes a day sometimes. So that's like, I don't know, probably I probably met a lot of people over the years. I don't even remember meeting them because there were so many of them. I mean, they say in your lifetime you meet 100,000 people. I think I tripled that.
On the retail
and teaching and family and traveling.
Same thing too. I like to meet some other people. And so they have really in my interest. You know what I mean?
I remember my first experience going on not FaceTime, but using the webcam.
The StreamYard?
No, this is back in 90s, because
okay.
Because in the 90s, when I was working for this large company, we would teleconference. That's what they call it in those days, teleconferencing. And we would meet people, we'd talk on the phone, and because my company was based in the Midwest, I guess it was in Minneapolis, yeah. And I would call up and they would say so-and-so, and we would talk and we'd be friendly, right?
Yeah.
One time I was on a teleconference with my buyer, and I was telling him that I needed some more of certain items, and he says, something, we need to, can you give me a visual what your stock looks like? I said, can you take a picture and then blow the picture up and then show it on the conference? I said, sure. So I did it, and he saw me and he goes, who's that in the frame? I go, well, it's me. You're kidding me. No, it's you. You don't sound like what you look like.
Right.
And he goes, you look like a little kid. I said, no, I'm in my 30s at that time. And it was funny because he said, I didn't realize you're Mexican too. You don't have an accent. Well, when you're a 4th generation American, you usually don't have an accent.
Right.
What does Kitty say?
I said, right, yes. That's a crazy story. I like that.
Well, I've had many people tell me things like that. I remember it was my first year teaching. I was at a middle school, and this guy calls up, and I sent a progress report home, and he was upset because his daughter was getting an F in my class, and it was the only one. And so he comes in the school and starts yelling at the people in the front office and cusses out the principal. And then she asked me and called me on the phone and said, hey, do you want to take care of him? I said, you still want to talk to him? I said, yeah, sure. I'm used to people. I mean, I worked in retail. I worked in the worst part of customer complaints and taking care of them. I'm used to that. So I said, okay. So she sends him. And after I hear this horror story about him cussing out, I thought this guy was going to be a jerk, and he was. I mean, from what I hear, he knocks on my door. He opens the door, and already he had laid out all his daughter's work on the desks. And he looks at me and goes, And I can't say what he said, but F, are you kidding me? You're Mexican too. I go, what's that got to do with anything? And he goes, well, the kids always call you Mr. G. And I said, well, yeah, because they can't pronounce my last name. Well, I thought you were Chinese. I thought it was G-E-E, like Chinese. And I go, no, I'm not. And he says, that has nothing to do with us talking because your daughter's not doing well in my class. And then he looked at it, and then I went back, and we got her cum file, which means I was teaching 7th grade at that time, my first year. So we went back to her cum file, which means from kindergarten to 6th grade. And it looked like a roller coaster. Grades go up, grades go down, grades go up, grades go down.
Wait. So somebody say that you're Chinese?
Yeah. Because she went home and always calling me Mr. G.
Right.
Well, he thought I was Oriental or Asian for some reason.
For some reason, yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So continue the story. What happened next?
Well, he apologized. I said, you don't have to apologize to me. That's your ignorance. I said, what you need to do is go back to the office and apologize to every person. So I took him back to the office, and he apologized to the principal and all the ladies in the front office reception. And I made him choke on his words because he was, for one, being prejudicial. 2, he was not being a racist. He was just, making prejudgments.
Right.
So I put him in his place. And then I got hired. Then I got hired full time because I was only there temporary. Since you lived in Minnesota at one point. Who lived in Minnesota at one point?
I think he's talking about you, Hector.
No, I never lived in Minnesota. I've been in California all my life.
Me too. Same here in Jersey. I've been here in Jersey.
Hey, how's the situation in Jersey? Is it pretty safe out there?
Not really. All I knew is that, right now, all I know is that, of course we have a set curfew here.
Right.
In the state. I never went outside, the only place I would went outside is if I go get some groceries and come right back, or get something to eat and come right back, and then come out back. But I never went outside ever. So like I said, I don't really know, but I would say it's like it's not. All I can say is it's not worse than New York.
Mm.
Because New York is worse.
You're in the tri-state area, like you're close to Connecticut too, right?
In New Jersey?
Yeah.
No, that's far. Yeah.
Okay, because New York is really the bad place. The next place coming up is Detroit and Louisiana.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was working for the census. That's the other reason why I was telling you about interest things. I've always wanted to do the history. I mean, the census, because when I do Ancestry.com, I research my family's background, but I also help other people out with their history and their ancestry, and I wanted to make sure. And then when I was doing Ancestry.com, I got to see the census when my grandfather was in this small town when he was only in 1904. I couldn't find him in 1900.
Your father?
My grandfather, my dad's dad.
Your grandfather? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was. Well, the story goes is that legend is my grandfather left Mexico walking from Chorincio, Michoacán, Mexico, and he walked all the way to San Francisco. He almost got shanghaied. He grew up in San Francisco speaking 7 languages, went back to Mexico, came back to the United States, came back to Mexico, and he traveled by train after the first initial trip. And the story goes is that he was one time he went back, he got conscripted to the Pancho Villa regime, and a few other things that happened to him on the way. He spoke 7 languages because he had to learn to eat. That's why there's a saying in my family: if you don't work, you don't eat, and if you don't speak, you really don't eat. So
Sure.
he worked on the longshoremen unloading ships on the docks of San Francisco. As a matter of fact,
The 1900s.
Yep. Yeah, he was 12 in 1900.
That's interesting. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
and as a matter of fact, two of my dad's, let's see, my Uncle Zeke was born in San Francisco, and my Aunt Tony, she was born in San Carlos, all in the Bay Area. And then my dad's sister, my dad's aunt, my grandfather's sister, she was living in Martinez, California.
Okay.
So we have a lot of Bay Area family, and we don't know them all.
There.
Because they were my dad's age. All his cousins were in their 90s. I never really got to meet them.
Yeah, that's yeah. I wish I could to meet some people. Remember, I told you about Toby and stuff like that. I really would if, and like I said, she died like 10 years before I was even born. But I always say, to my grandmother, like, without Tobia, you wouldn't, I wouldn't be in this house. I wouldn't be, here because Tobias is the one that hired my biological, grandmother to take care of her aunt. So that's why I glorify Toby and her family. And I even call them her family, great grandparents or whatever, because I just feel, and plus I have most of her stuff. I feel I have it's they're tied. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Hector?
Exactly, because it's funny you say that, because in our family, my dad used to tell us when we go traveling somewhere, because we had relatives all over California, even to Tijuana. When I used to visit down there, my dad would say, "Hey, you need to stop by your cousin so and so." I said, "Dad, I never met her. I never met him." And he goes, "Family is family. Cousins are cousins, no matter what generation."
Exactly.
And I said, "Are you kidding me, Dad? You mean to tell me a fourth generation cut?" And then I learned on my lesson, because from my grandfather until the youngest direct line from my grandfather to the last generation that's currently living is 7 generations in less than 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, my family think it's weird. I'm glorifying them, but I just feel that I'm that they're my family. I feel that I'm part of them. I even have a picture of them. I have most of their things. I even have my great grandfather's pocket watch that he had hundreds of years ago. So I even have a picture of them. It's right next to me. So I wanted to visit them, and
It's funny
pay
you say that.
respects to them.
No,
And my grandma is like, "Oh, why you want to pay respects to them?" And I said, one, I get that they're not related to me, and then two, I get that they died in the 50s, but I just feel like we're tied. You know what I mean, Hector?
it's because you show respect to the people that were before us.
Yeah.
For example, Rosa Parks. I'm a civil rights history kind of guy too, that liked that passion. I remember when Martin Luther King was walking in Montgomery, Alabama, or any place that he gave a speech. When he spoke, I saw priests, Catholic priests. I saw rabbis. I saw people of different ethnicities and colors and religions walking with him. And so a lot of people take what I saw was that he wanted to unite the people, the United States people. And when I saw people saying, "Why should we honor him?" Because that's when they wanted to make him his birthday, his national holiday.
Yeah, I have people say that too.
And the reason why is because he wasn't just saying for Black folk only, and that was the main thrust of it. But he was inclusive,
right?
And to me, when I said one day, yeah, I agree with that, they got angry at me and says, well, he didn't do anything for me. He says, well, you know, he did something for me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be going to college.
Exactly.
You know, well, what about? I said, yeah, I understand that.
Exactly, and that's
because
that's so proof. Exactly.
Because even in biologically speaking, because I like scientific stuff, and the difference between a person, let's say you and me, we have no blood relation, but our DNA is so close to each other. It's like 1/1 billionth of a digit over that the DNA is so close to each other that the only difference is that 1/100000th of a marker that differentiates us between humans, but not as family. Family, you know, we're apart because we're not in the same tree branch.
Exactly.
But we're from the same root.
Exactly. You just took the words out of my mouth, Hector.
That's why we need to honor the people that came before us.
Exactly.
And you're respecting the people who may have made, you know, the one thing I've learned about growing old is that the fact that you make mistakes, but tell me who's done something right. And
exactly.
And as Christian Catholics, you know, we're supposed to forgive. It's just like when people said, I hate the president. When Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, was asked the question, why do you hate President Trump?
Right.
She stopped in her tracks and she pointed his finger at the reporter. I do not hate. Then she went to the podium and said, as being raised Catholic, we were told not to hate anyone. We may not like the decisions, we may not like the behavior, we may not like anything about them that causes harm to someone else, but we do not hate people. The way I was brought up as a Catholic, and I'm paraphrasing her, I'm not using the right words, but I understand what she was saying. When she said that, boy, I thought that's a real person telling another person how she really felt as instead of being a politician and glossing it over or ignoring it. She hit him on right straight because they went to her basic belief. And that's what you're doing. You're doing your basic belief and what you respect. Don't let anybody tell you that what you're doing is nonsense. Because that's the one thing that we don't have in this country is respect like we used to have before. And even I can tell you, there was not a whole lot of respect either.
I had a huge argument, you know, with my grandma and also with her psychiatrist, and they just think I'm weird just visiting them. It's not weird, it's just that I have respect for them. I even tried my best, you know, because to be honest, I don't think the cemetery that they're buried in, I don't think they do anything to, you know, to take care of their graves there. So I try my best to clean up the plot.
See, like I want to go to England too because the reason why I go to England is because my dad's brother, you know, didn't fight in the war. He was a nurse or an orderly. I'm not really sure what he did, and I want to go over where he was at. I want to know where he worked, where he lived.
Right.
I can even tell you the day he came to the United States and the Queen Mary from England. I got it all written down in the history in my ancestry. So those kind of things I want to do. I'm doing the genealogy for my cousins that are half Italian. I got them going back 150 years more than my family because it's all written down.
It's all written down, exactly. And I was like, one day, you know, I would like to talk to Toby's grandchildren. I would say she probably had not grandchildren. She never had kids. Grandnephews, I would say, and I would just like to talk to them and hang out with them, and because I want to know more about them. I have most of their stuff.
You know what's really sad when I go to an antique store and I see all these old photographs? There's no names to them.
Exactly. I have a couple of them that has no names.
And the other thing too, when my dad,
let me show you some.
Sure. My dad would say, "Family's family, no matter what."
Exactly. Here it is. See, this is a photograph. I'm not sure if you could see it.
Yep.
You see it? This
Yep.
is a photograph. In the middle, the person in the middle, that's Toby. And that's in the right, that's her parents. And to the left, that's her brothers.
Make
So
sure
I
you
reached.
write it down.
I think the one in the hat is Lee. I'm not too sure. He passed away in '99, but Toby passed away in '89, and both of them, her parents passed away in the '50s. Um, and I was learning about them.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something that's connecting to that?
Yeah.
If you can, go to doanancestry.com if you can afford it. It's like $50 every 3 months, but I got the
Yeah, I'm
cheap-
planning to go there.
Yeah, just go cheap.
I'm planning to go there because I want to find out more about them. I mean, I've looked
And
at the
you can.
1940.
I
Huh?
found newspapers, digital newspapers in California that I found my grandfather, my dad, his brothers. I found news articles on my uncle that Charlie, he was a football player at the high school here, and then in San Jose State, he was a starting quarterback for San Jose State in California. And the funny thing about this, there are resources that are historical only because it has been printed or as an account, or you can find situations where your family is connected to. And I find other people that are looking for the same person. I get family members from trees, what they call family members, and their genealogy tree connects to yours. And people I've never thought would be related to me,
Wow.
we figured out they are related to us, and they have stories about their families and how they knew my
About the
family.
families, yeah.
So you might want to consider that if you think about genealogy and you want to talk about family history. Genealogy is the best way to do that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try to do that. I'm trying to do it when I get the time and do it. I'm thinking about doing that in the future.
Ooh.
You know.
Midnight Soul Run says that he found a coin that he can't find a listing on it.
Really?
That means see, in coin collecting, when you find a coin that's not listed, two things can happen. One, you could be attributed to that coin, and two, it could be a valuable coin, depending on the grade and the history behind it. Remember I was telling you we were talking about history? Well, sometimes coins have a history. You ever know what the dosha is?
The Adultia?
The dosha.
What's that?
It's a ship that sank off the coast of the United States, and it had the guy whose name was Fisher, and he brought up bullion, gold, coins, jewelry, and the Spanish frigate. They were called it Tosha. Even a ball, musket ball from the Tosha was $25. It came to town, and I went to go buy. And I took my grandson I took my son to go see it, and I wanted to get him a souvenir. And the cheapest thing on there that you can buy was $25 for a musket ball, a leaded ball for $25. And it showed how they treated it, how they found it, how they researched the archives in Florida to look for the shipwreck, the accounts of the shipwreck, the manifest, what was on it, who sailed on it, who survived the shipwreck, and stuff like that. So that's why, to me, I like, ships and pirates and
right, that type period.
See, like I said, I'm going on about everything I've covered, and I have not even finished going through everything I know. I like planes. I like aviation. I like.
I like all types of history, to be honest. All types of history, and it's amazing stuff.
Now, are you living with your parents?
Oh, my biological grandmother right now.
Oh, okay.
Because my grandfather he lived here and he recently passed away.
Mm.
So and I'm trying to actually try to save and maintain the house right now because he Actually he built some of the parts, some of the stuff that's in here.
Oh, cool.
You know, and that's what I'm trying to save and preserve.
See, that's another thing too. History is also skills that are not passed down.
Exactly.
Yeah, I learned that.
Because my grandfather, he was a woodworker, and there's not a lot of woodworkers today that does that trade because everything's done by machines.
Right, and then when I learned my first lesson is when the electricity went out and we couldn't ring up the register, and we couldn't do it by hand because they wouldn't let us. I said, "That's crazy. Why can't we write it down and on paper and give them the receipt and sell stuff so that we don't have we don't have lights and it's not safe." And I'm going, "Oh my goodness!" So that goes back.
I even had a huge argument with my family members, you know, my aunt and my uncle, and you know, and they were cleaning out his office, and some of the stuff I do want to save and preserve that he has because they were thinking about throwing it out, but it has a history into them, and I want to save and preserve that history. You know, I have like my grandfather went to Africa. I have film when he went to Africa. I have artifacts when he went to Africa. I have pictures of him when he had the artifacts like 50 years ago. So, you know, I want to save that.
You want to hear something about history?
Yeah, sure.
My dad, I don't know how long he was doing this, and I haven't really investigated, but he had a habit of going to funerals and saving the little memorial cards you get, you know, saying when they were born, you know, passed away. And well, I found after he passed away, I was cleaning out his medicines, and I happened to sit next to his place where he kept his medicines. And in this drawer, I found 3 or 4 stacks of little memorial cards of every person's funeral he ever went to. And these names, and I looked at them and said, "Oh my God, these are all people that have passed away." And I added his to the stack. So what I'm going to do, what I want to do is take his stacks of memorial cards and put them in a folder and put down Circle of Life or some kind of theme to it, and show if I can find pictures of the person, I'm gonna put the memorial card and their picture on the same card.
That's amazing. Yeah, because you should look them up too.
Well, because my dad would. Oh my God, my dad would. He's like me. I learned from him the gab, and we would go someplace, and he would tell me a story about this house. He would tell me who would live in there. He would tell me if they were in the war with him. He would tell me the history. You know, I guess this is why I like old things, because, you know, for a while there, it was kind of like a little irritating. But after a while, listening to my dad when I got older, it just seemed, especially in the last 12 years of his life, I really paid attention to what he was saying.
Right.
He was telling me, in a way, don't forget us.
Wow. Yeah, you know, that's crazy. You know, same thing with, you know, that's what I'm trying to do with my grandpa. Right now, I got 58 slide trays. I got 58 slide trays, almost 60. And I have if you multiply them all together, it's 5,800 that I have. So I got 5,800 slides, and I'm like showing it to people, and it's just amazing that people are actually enjoying his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I just show this to my family, they're gonna say, "Oh, okay, that's just some old pictures of him and Toby or whatever."
The reason why I like movies. Do you ever heard of Abdul Akbar?
What's it called?
Abdul Akbar?
No.
He was an old man in Ethiopia where he where he fought the Italians before World War II started.
Wait, what's his name?
Akbar.
Hold on, let me look this up.
Okay, the movie was from Anthony Quinn. He played the Desert Lion, and that's what they called him.
Akbar.
Let me look at, make sure. Let me give you the link, because
Yeah.
it's a 1981 film, and
1998.
it was it was Mukhtar, Omar Mukhtar was his name. He was
Okay.
out of the desert. It's a movie based on a real life where he fought against the Italians. The Italians colonized that area. No, I'm sorry. It was Libya. It was Libya. I'm sorry, not Ethiopia. It was Libya.
Oh, okay.
And so when I saw the movie, I started looking it up. Because I think history is not just American history. It's not just Europe.
Right. The entire world.
Right. So I looked him up. The movie was fascinating. He was a teacher, an older man. He fought against the Italians, and you can find it on YouTube too for free. I like movies that have a historical theme to it, like Rickenbacker, World War I ace, or Sergeant York. There's a movie called what's the name of that movie? I just saw it the other day and I thought it was fantastic. He was a Medal of Honor winner because he was a conscientious objector, and he would never carry a gun, even during battle. He was a medic. What was the name of that movie? I just saw it the other day. Darn it! I have to make a list of all the movies that have a historical theme to it. And I've also read books like Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, The Time Machine. I'm into sci-fi movies like Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, Star Wars. So I'm really into a lot of different stuff.
A lot of that stuff.
Yeah. I just don't have one interest. Even my father-in-law, when he was a good guy too. I would start dating my future wife. I would go to his house, and he would tell my future wife, "Hey, Hooter, the computer's here." That was my nickname with him.
Hooter the computer.
Yeah, because they would not know something, and they said, "Go ask Hector, he'd know." And so they come over and ask me a question, and I would know it. Sometimes people get annoyed for someone know it all, I guess, but I enjoy it.
Yeah. It's an interesting movie. I gotta go check it out.
Yeah. So another thing too is I'm into big band music and almost anything that I don't have a really how should I put this? I don't really have a negative on anything. I like Japanese taiko war drums. I like Indian drums.
You like all types of music?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The only ones I don't like are the ones that are derogatory towards people.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, it's like a lot of when they use the F word, or they call women the bitches and clothes.
like rap music or something.
Well, not all. No, I like some rap. Some of it's pretty good music.
Okay.
I like Eminem 8 Mile. I know it's not popular. I also like Vanilla Ice when he did Ice Baby. But no, I was drawing in high school, and my teacher would say, the art teacher said, "Hector, if you didn't play around so much, you'd be a Michelangelo. You got talent for your handwriting, your drawings, and like that." And my daughter came home one day, and I noticed that my drawings were put up and framed. I said, "Don't do that." Then I find out my dad was an artist. My dad's sister was an artist. All my brothers and sisters can draw, except for one. But we all had talent for drawing, and so that's why I say Hector's interests. Oh, my book. Yeah, that was a fascinating. And then Pancho Villa, Zapata, Black Jack Pershing, the Civil War, Custard, Sitting Bull, Chief Joseph, Seminole Tribes, Cherokee. All the whole thing. I mean, it's just a lot of things I'm interested in. I enjoy. Let's see what anybody else is here. Man, there's still 4 people with us? Oh my goodness. Thank you for paying attention, guys. Yeah, Hacksaw Ridge. Thank you.
That's the
name of the movie that this guy saved over 100 guys.
with no what?
Yeah, Medal of Honor winner. He's the only one. Hacksaw Ridge. That was in World War II. Thank you, Midnight. I appreciate it. That I wanted to remember that movie.
I think that's Edmund Doss. I think that's his name. Desmond Doss.
Yeah.
That's his name, and he actually did it.
Yeah, he was ridiculed for. They called him a coward and everything. And I remember in part of the movie when they looked at him in awe that he was able to save that many men. If they had left him up there, they would have all died.
Right.
There was another one. There was like the Sullivan Brothers. You ever heard of them?
What?
The Sullivan Brothers?
No.
In World War II, there was these 5 brothers. They served all on the same ship. The ship got sunk, and all 5 of them died on board ship. And then they changed the law that no one could be on the same front or the same war, or they had to have one person surviving for the family. Midnight. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry. It's just I'm looking at the 1940 census for my great grandparents of who they were,
Uh-huh.
and I'm looking at it right now. As I'm talking to you, Hector.
Uh-huh.
It's so interesting. I already knew that my the guy, my great grandfather, the guy in the double breast suit, has the glasses on. He worked for real estate here, in my town, in Bayonne, and he came here in somewhere in the early 1900s. I'm not too sure, and he was from Austria. So he came here, obviously, in the early 1900s, and he actually opened a real estate business in 1913, I believe, somewhere around there, because I looked it up on a telephone book dated from 1914, and it said his business was there. I looked before that, it wasn't there, so he must have established it somewhere between the years 1912 or 13, and it reached all the way up until he passed away. I'm trying to figure out how he died, because he died a couple months after his wife did.
Because on Ancestry.com, you can find that information.
Yeah, I know. And
it's just going to cost some money. It's just, I would wait.
Money, yeah. But I will try it one day. And I would like to learn more about Toby's family, because I don't know as much, because it's interesting stuff. I actually found Toby's aunt's death certificate, and actually I learned a lot from it.
Yeah.
And her death certificate says that she was a school teacher. So I was like, wow, okay, I did not know that. Dorothy. And I'm looking through it now, and I think I know what school that she's in. What it says here that she taught. I can't read what it says, but it's amazing stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And this is what I like to enjoy.
You'd be surprised when you find a digital newspaper of your area, because the one in California does.
What I'm gonna do next, if I can see like an advertisement of this shop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I found one in in one of the phone books from 1914. I looked all the way from 1914 all the way to 1951, and he and then Sarah, his wife, got into the. I recently noticed they got into the phone books. I would say in 1918 or 17. So they must have been married in 1915 or 16. Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah. So I'm just telling their stories here, and I learned a lot. And I'm learning about what jobs that they had,
Mm-hmm. Well,
and stuff like that. I downloaded, and I can't believe I found it. I even downloaded the census here. I want to show my family that this is important,
it is.
huh?
Let me tell you something else. My dad told me that when his brother was in the service in World War II in England, he told me that he had a girlfriend by the name of Daisy Cooper.
Okay.
And that's another reason why I want to go over there. I'm pretty sure that she may not be still alive, but I like to take the chance and one of these days see if I can find any Coopers where my dad was telling me about his brother having a girlfriend in England. And I don't know, just knowing where my family participated in, helped out people in another country, fought in a war that people may not know him anymore, were because I know that one of my friends came back with his dad when they went to one of the celebrations for I don't know if it was in Normandy or somewhere in Europe where his dad was fighting against Germany, and the people just remembered how appreciative they were of the Americans over there, the American GI,
Right. I just love doing that stuff. I think it's, like I said, it's an important thing to do, and it's fun to remember them. It's fun to remember them. It's fun to do this stuff, and I'm glad and I'm honored to have things, and maybe try my best to control these things, you know, and try to win here, because right now I have a huge fight who owns what. But that's that.
Yeah.
So
Well, I get ridiculed here at my house because my wife thinks that the coins are too time consuming or kind of like geeky.
right,
Or I say stuff and I preserve things that could be thrown away and get something else that's newer and better.
right.
And I don't.
I don't either. My family does the same thing too. And my uncle was thinking about selling the item, but I was like, let me use that because I want to watch the film that he had.
Yeah.
So I had huge fight who owns the projector, and I was like, I'm gonna hide it away from him. If not, I have to rent a storage unit if I had to, because I want to preserve this stuff if you like it or not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to do. So, um, so, and I said if the projector breaks, I'll fix it. I'm not getting a new one. And they don't, I have a record player too from the 50s. I'm not making. I'm not. If it breaks, I'll try my best to fix it. I'll do all I can to fix it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Instead of getting a new one that's gonna crap out for me in probably next 4 or 5 months. So I want to have something like, for example, if this record player could survive 65 years, I think I can make it 65 years more if I take care of it. You know what I'm saying, Hector?
Yeah. Speaking of finding documents, I'm surprised that I never could. My dad used to tell me that my grandfather never wanted to become a U.S. citizen, and I couldn't remember why. And then a few years later, he told me why, and I found documentation that says, well, my grandfather was here during World War I, and they sent a notice to him saying that he was going to be drafted and he'd go to sign up. Well, I found his draft card.
You found his draft card?
I found his draft card with the National Archives, and I downloaded it, and I showed it to my dad, and I asked Dad, "Hey, is this Grandpa's signature?" "Yep, that's his signature." "Where did you find it?" So I told him. I said, "That's the reason why Dad didn't want to become a citizen, because he could fight for the country, but he couldn't be a citizen." That's history.
That's history. That's history right there. You gotta. That's history, man. That's history right there.
Yep.
You know,
It's
the more I look up these people, I was thinking about, because when I was cleaning out my grandfather's desk, I found that he has a telephone book, because now my grandpa's super old school. He doesn't use modern tech at all. So I looked at his phone book, and it has Lee Kornbluth. That's Toby's brother. So I was like, I wonder if he's still alive. Let me call him, So, there's a possibility he could be still alive. He was born in the early 20s, so he has to be in his 90s.
Get their phones up. My dad had his phone from 1955 until 2018. He had the same phone number all that time.
Phone number, yeah.
Yep.
We have the same phone number, I think, since he came over here in 1964. That's when he came to Bayonne from New York, because he married Toby. I
remember they used to say they wouldn't say the prefix of the numbers. They would say something like Placid 123. They would never say the prefix numbers or the area code. You just say whatever, and then they would connect that way.
They would connect that way, right?
I see a lot of people back there. I have 5 people watching us. It's just you and I talking here.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the people back there.
Exactly. That's listening.
And you're working, listening to us. Great. That's fine.
That's amazing. And that's why I always thank you. Thank my viewers and thank my people that's following me on Instagram, because they have appreciate from my stuff, because I post mostly my family's history.
Yeah, even Les is still here, and I barely met him probably this week or last week, and I think he's because he said good morning, so I'm pretty sure it's well, I'm not. Yeah, I think he is from.
Wow. Because at 6 o'clock I'm gonna head off, but I have a couple minutes to talk to you.
No problem.
But it's amazing. It's really amazing what your fans can do.
Well, yeah, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning over there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's about to be 6 o'clock here. So when it's 6 o'clock, I have to head off and just do what I gotta do. And, take a little rest.
Or should I say, today? What's your day gonna look like today?
I have no idea, since I'm not doing anything. So I'll probably just sleep the rest of the day.
Well, since I've been home, I'm able to concentrate more on my computer, my coins, my yard, my garden, my projects, my cars. I'm cleaning up my tree because it's overgrown and I need to cut back on it. We just had a big trash pickup because the neighborhood was able to put anything they want except for chemicals, tires, and certain other things. And we put them on the street, and this guy comes in, and I watched them for a half hour. Just they're doing their job, and I'm going. And lady comes over and says hi, and I said hi. I said, "Is that all you want to throw away?" He said, "Yeah, that's about it. Everything's in the street." And she goes, "Do you like watching?" He said, "Well, is everybody else watching too?" She goes, "Yeah, I was wondering about that." I mean, this is a job I never saw before, you know. I'm getting hungry for being up so late.
Me too. Yeah, it's about to be 6 o'clock though. But you know, that's that.
What
And
would
I'm happy to show, you know, my.
I'm sorry.
Oh, what'd you say?
No, I'm sorry. I kept interrupting you. No, I was just wondering, what would you plan to do today if you had your choice right now?
For the choice, right now I want to get that slide projector, but I can't because of the virus.
Why?
Why? Because of the virus. I'm not sure if he's.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it, man.
No, your grandpa would say no.
Yeah. And you know, my grandma's freaking out. So, you know,
Well, yeah, because
I'm not doing
you
that.
can't worry about just yourself. Remember, you might bring it back home.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that. But like I said, all the plans I had. Matter of fact, I was supposed to go at April 25th, to the Allentown Paper Show, which they sell like old antique books and antique.
Oh, they're gonna cancel that.
They're canceled that, and that's canceled because of it.
Yeah. Well, all my corn shows that I wanted to go this year, I can't go.
Yeah.
Cancel them.
Canceled.
Excuse me. Wow.
You know, so it sucks.
Well,
I pretty much have really nothing to do today, but I think I have a couple of projects I want to do around the house. I want to see. My grandfather made a console stereo, a homemade one, and I want to see with the record player, see if I could get that to work. It's weird that it's loose and it's jiggling around and stuff.
On YouTube, there's plenty of guys that show you how to do it. And that's another thing I was going to tell you. A lot of the things that I fix, I look at YouTube. Like, for example, my wife's dryer right next to me.
Your wife's what?
My wife's dryer.
Yeah.
It went out. I mean, everything would turn on, but it wouldn't turn the heat on, and it wouldn't turn the tub. And I figured, what the heck is wrong with this thing? So I called up the guy who the appliance repairman, and he said, "Well, I'll be up there for $300." I go, "What?
Not worth it, man. $300.
How about if you check it out? Pay me. I'll pay you for diagnostics, and then whatever this is. It can't be something that complicated because it's a very simple machine."
Right.
So, no, it's $300. I said, "No, forget it." So I hung up on him. So I went to YouTube and I started putting okay, I just put down a Whirlpool washer. Everything turns on, tub won't turn, no light. Okay, so told me to check the switch, this switch, that switch, that. And I limited everything. He said, okay, the last thing you do is you got to take the back off of it. But I didn't know how to take it out whole apart. So I looked at another video, told me how to take it apart. I got to it, start checking everything out. I found one place where he said, these two wires come together. And he said, it doesn't have heat. You might want to check that. So I didn't know how to check it with a voltage meter. So I went looking at it, learned how to use it, checked it. Sure enough, it was a fuse.
It was a fuse.
Yeah, so I went to the appliance, and I didn't know it was a fuse. It didn't look like one. So I went to the appliance place, and I asked them for this item, and it was $1.35.
For a fuse.
For a fuse. So for me to drive, research it, watch 3 videos, and then come home with it, within, I would say, maybe at the most couple hours altogether.
Okay.
Put it in, and it's still working. It's already been 2 years.
Wow.
My wife's car, it's a Camry, 2016.
Right.
The alternator went out. And so the battery went dead. So I had it jumped. So I took it straight to an auto store, and they checked the battery and said, "Oh, battery's good, but your alternator is not good." So I went across the street where the Toyota dealership was. They wanted $1,001.26 to put it in.
They want over $1,000 just to put that in.
Later. So
Yes,
I bought a new battery because, once I'm kind of like preventative maintenance. So I figured, okay, I'll I'll get a new one, and I'll do it that way. And then I asked my son when he was still in another town where it was. We looked all over Madera. They wanted $800 for an alternator. So I called him the next town. I said, "Hey, is there anyone there? Can you find one?" He found one for $228. So even with the battery and the alternator, and me putting it in myself at 45 minutes of time, I saved them almost $600.
Pretty much.
Yeah, because I did it myself.
I always get taught, I'm taught that you always have to save money. My grandpa always tells me, if you're not using it, why do you have it on? You know what I mean? If you're not using it, don't use it.
Yeah.
And my grandma, she likes to burn up electricity and stuff like that, especially places that she's not even in the room for.
And guess what? PG&E in Baltimore Electric or Savannah, Georgia Power and Light Company say, don't leave your lights on.
Right.
Because they can't keep the electricity going.
Exactly. And my grandmother, she just puts the lights that she's like, okay, you're not going to use the hallway. Why do you have the hallway light on for?
Yeah.
She just needs it for light. You got a lamp right next to you. You don't need this hallway light on for. This is why you can't. We can't afford it.
Yeah,
Let's make the house affordable and stop putting lights everywhere.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's the reason why my grandpa said he had this house he lived here for 30 years. And this is why he maintained it for 30 years. Was because he knew how to save money. So, you gotta stop doing that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's how I was raised. My grandpa taught me how to save money. It makes no sense if you're using that item, but for example, you have the hallway light on, but you're not on the hallway. It makes no sense.
Even right now, I have the light only from my scope, and you can see the coin on there.
Right. You're showing the coin to your viewers. You're using the light to do something.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's not, you're doing something, but that's it. And sometimes when my aunt or uncle, whoever visits, come by and they stay here for a couple of days, they leave the downstairs light on. I remember my grandpa used to get pissed they just leave it on because and they left the house.
Oh, I know the feeling. When we were kids, it's funny that you say that because it brought memory that I taught my grandson and my nephew. My nephew is the same age as my son, and my son's 30. And they came over one time, and they had just finished visiting friends or whatever. And they came in the door, and they were a little hungry. And we just happened to have a fireplace going. It was the winter. And I said, "Hey, you guys are hungry?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "You guys want a baked potato? We got sour cream, we have chives, we have bacon bits, we have butter." And they said, "Okay." So they went to the kitchen and said, "Where are you guys going?" I said, "We're going to go in the kitchen to get the potato." They're not the potatoes, they're in the fireplace. What? My uncle, my nephew goes, "Do you have potatoes in the fireplace?" I said, "Yeah." You're kidding me. Why would you put potatoes in the fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the reason is because when I was a kid, my dad would buy a 10-pound bag of russet potatoes, and instead of using electricity or gas, which costs money,
right,
we started a fire in the fireplace, and then we would cook our food in there, like they did in the old days. And it was roasted, and and I had it wrapped in foil. And he cut it open. He put his stuff in there. And to this day, I mean, they were barely in high school at the time. So it's about a bit more, at least 14 or 15 years. He still comes here. "Oh, I thought you guys are making," because I smelled the fireplace going. I thought you guys are making potatoes, in the fireplace. Oh no! Next time we do that, we come over. Tell us ahead of time, and we'll make some for you. Because he loves roasted potatoes, and that's how we used to cook when we were at home.
Yeah, man. You know.
We didn't use money.
You know.
Even my kids, they'll. My grandson asks for roasted potatoes in the fireplace.
And you liked it.
Yeah, and the thing is okay. You serve conservative. You're conserving electricity or gas. You're warming the house up and you're cooking. Those are 4 things you do at one time.
Right. It's crazy, you know. There's multiple ways you could save money, and that's like, you know, and that's how I was taught. He says, no matter how big the house is, just if you're not using it, just don't use it at all. You know what I mean?
Well, here's another thing that my wife came up with, and I didn't really think about until later. We can buy a house that was single story or 2-story house. And when we were buying this house, before we bought this house, the house next door or the house in the corner was being sold too. But they needed to keep 2 model homes, and they asked us, we can build you another home, but we can't sell you these 2 because these want to be our model homes. I said, well, you sold us the house already, so you told us to give us the corner one. Well, the corner ones in California are the most desirable. Well, the guy had so many car accidents, people running into his fence. It was just not a good place to be. So my wife said, I don't want to buy a house on the corner because that's the problem this is going to be. I said, okay. So then we moved over to the next one. Then they told us we couldn't buy the 2nd-story house because they didn't have a 2nd-story model. So they gave us the 3rd house. And because it's a single story, and it's the same square footage, my wife says, now that we're older, we don't have to go up the stairs and downstairs. My next door neighbor moved out of his house because he couldn't move up and down the stairs. So there is a purpose every time people say something, or there should be.
Right.
Wow, we're up to 6 people. Everybody who's in chat, please say hello at least so I know who you are, so I can say thank you for being here.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. But yeah, that's why I like history. That's why I like everything is part of history and everything's part of everything else. Because I think everything's interconnected to myself. That's how
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I'm about to head off, Hector.
Okay, no problem.
I gotta for number 1, I gotta clean my room, and number 2, I'm gonna go to sleep. So
that would be a good idea, especially at your time zone. You're what, 6 o'clock over there?
Yeah, it's like super late here, man.
Hey, midnight. How you doing? Thank you, sir.
You know, and so I gotta really do, and plus I have nothing really else to do during the day, of course. I mean, I'm thinking about posting. I have a 2nd YouTube channel. It's about records.
Oh, really?
I play 78 records and 45s. So on there, and I'm starting to do that. Huh?
What's the name of your channel? Check it out.
Called The Music of the 20th Century.
Music of the 20th century.
And you see a record player in there.
Record player. Do you know who Xavier Cugat is?
I have his records.
Do you have Perez Prado?
Who?
Perez Prado?
I don't have a lot of the only female lead singer I have.
It's a male.
Oh, it's a male? I thought it was a female.
Perez. Prado is Prado. And it's a famous song. He does it's called Cherry Blossom.
I think I've heard it before.
It's a trumpet.
So
it's funny. How can we not play music on our YouTube, but people are able to play it on their
record players? Actually, I have people that I'll send you the link if you want to subscribe if it
Sure.
doesn't go up. But I would actually so I even have friends that does this. His name is C Porter. You might want to check him out.
Okay.
Um, he's a really good friend of mine. He's from Florida, and he plays all types of 78s, and he has a bunch of copyright claims from YouTube and stuff like that. I even knew some of I knew some 78 YouTubers that get blocked because of it, because some of them even left because why use of playing it? Like they're sending copyright strikes. I'm not copyright strikes. Copyright. Yeah, one is a copyright strike on music that they don't not even own. Like some company in Switzerland claimed one of the songs. I forgot what song it was, and they were threatening to sue him and stuff like that, and they don't even own. So he decided to delete his channel. He got over 1,000 records in his channel.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
I see. I don't understand how. Like when I hear the Bee Gees or Saturday Night Fever, when I hear Michael Jackson or Janet Jackson, or how are they able to play it? Is it because the companies own it already and that's their channel, or what?
I guess because they own it already, the companies. Because the owners, what they're doing is they're restoring like old music. You know, they're
Mhm.
restoring old music, and like companies like Sony or I'm trying to think of. I think Sony does it too. I don't remember who else, but they restore this type of music and put them to CDs. So they claim, so they're gonna make a claim that they have rights and they own the music, but in reality, it owns to the label, you know, because they're the ones that own it. And I think, in my opinion, I think music from the 20s, 30s, and 40s, should be public domain. Because let's be honest, nobody's not alive. Nobody like Xavier Cugat or Duke Ellington or all those people. They're
Well,
not alive. So why should we get deleted off of YouTube?
because I can tell you right now, the people who own it now use it for commercials. I mean, I've heard music from my high school days and my
Mhm.
college days being played now as regular music. Before, people used to pay money for jingles. Now it's
Right.
cheaper for them to use 10 seconds of this or 10 seconds of that. And they don't use jingle, or maybe they do. Maybe people still write in jingles.
I think so. Yeah. You know. Um. Hold on. Let me send you the link to. This is the link I put on private chat. This is the link to my friend's video. And to my friend's channel, and I'm gonna put my second channel
You gonna put it in private? There you go.
in private. You looking at it?
Another thing too is that sound that's making in the background reminds me of the trains I used to own. Line
Yeah. Yeah. It's my computer. That's why I always mute myself when I talk.
His name's C Porter.
Yep.
The Rosary.
He has a lot of 78s. Like this guy has a huge collection.
I remember those. My dad has a bunch of 78s in his record player.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's able to play these music. Does he put a disclaimer or something on here?
Oh. All I've heard, because the last time I talked to him was like a week ago. So he told me that he just takes the copyright claims. He said he just does it for fun.
Okay, I'm looking to see what he says on his Let's see. Song used. My Twitter account. Polls. Is easier than the complicated way mentioned in Technolone's video. You will need the glorified protractor. You need to put an old record, but you don't need a phone app to do this. This is how they did it back then.
So what are you reading?
Oh, I'm just reading one of his disclaimers in the bottom of his easiest way to measure your record player speed and conquer your payment cost.
I recently watched that.
I'm sorry?
How he measures it, how it measures your speed, because if it, if it goes the wrong speed, it's not gonna sound properly,
Okay, that's his own credit. I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, he actually does documentaries actually too, record documentaries. He talked about the history of record companies.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what he's written down in order to.
Most of it is music, but that's his music collection.
Well, yeah, I've got old ones that yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to him and see listen to his music later. Did you put yours link up yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the second one is my channel. I only have one video in there, but in the future I'll make more videos. I have one about Enrico Caruso from the records from 1916.
Well, I can tell you a story about that. My dad said when in his neighborhood, that's all you heard was Caruso.
That's all you heard?
Yeah, because he lived around a lot of Italians. As a matter of fact, my cousins are half Italian because one of my dad's brothers married an Italian girl.
Pretty much most of his neighborhood is Italian?
I'd say half and half.
Half and half.
Okay, found you, 12. Now, you want to hear something funny? Now I'm number 13. In my family, number 13 goes a long ways. My daughter was born on the 13th. My address was 1313. My first baseball number was 13. My
everything is 13 on you?
13. Well, my daughter was born Friday the 13th, and I lived at 1313. And I can't tell you how many times 13 comes up. And it's funny that my number is I'm your 13th subscriber to Music of the 20th Century.
Wow, that's crazy.
They do say the history is linear. This is nuts.
That's nuts. It is.
I'm number 13. Stay home. Les, it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, I consider Friday the 13th a lucky day. Is the Shah of Iran's wife still alive?
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
And she lives in the United States, isn't she? In New York?
She has multiple houses. She does live in the U.S. And she also has another house in Paris.
Oh. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Wow, this has been an interesting evening. It started off pretty slow, but
yeah. Hector, I watched her interviews about some stuff.
She was an American, wasn't she?
Was she American?
Yeah.
No, she's Iranian.
Who?
I think she's Iranian. Hold on, let me look her up.
Wow. 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, she's Iranian.
She's Iranian? Oh, Queen Noor. She's American. If I remember correctly. Queen Noor is from where?
What are you looking at?
No, it's just the top of my memory. That's who I was thinking of. That was an American.
Oh, okay.
I think she's Noor. Let me look her up.
It's still in exile, the monarchy still.
Yeah. I didn't know Spain still had their king and queen.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, if yes, she's still alive. She's still around. The monarchy is in exile.
Queen Noor of Norton. She is the widow of King Hussein.
Hey, Hussein, who's that?
Standing member of the Board of Commissioners of the International Commission on Missing Persons. She's 68 years old.
King,
She was born Lisa Najib Halabi, Queen of Dowager of Jordan, as the widow of Queen fourth. She was his fourth spouse, and Queen consort until his death in 1999. Let's see if it tells you.
Oh, okay. I'm looking her up too as well.
She was born in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
I thought she was born in America.
Yeah.
Maybe her parents were diplomats from there, maybe. But why would I have a name like Lisa?
Right. It's interesting.
Her grandfather was Lebanese Syrian immigrant who emigrated from Oh, so that's why she is an American citizen. Her grandfather immigrated from.
Remember her name, right? The Shah's wife.
Queen Noor? Oh no, I don't.
Farah Pashavili. Queen Shah. Her name is Farah.
Whoops. Let's see if that works. Okay, got it. Man, this turned out to be a very interesting night. Man, even Stacker, what was Slow Stacker? He was an interesting person.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. He gave us a lot of information.
Yeah.
And stuff that I didn't even know.
Well,
No.
yeah, I just come up with something. And I didn't know there was a U-boat net, and I didn't know about the U.S. registry for U.S. ships.
Me either.
Man, we still have 4 people. Dang, guys, wherever you are, thank you. I know Midnight still probably working on his.
I gotta. Yeah, I got. Ooh, 6:19. I gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go.
I'll say it was nice talking to you, Hector.
Same here.
Thank you for everybody for having a chance to listen to me.
No, not at all. My pleasure.
And all right. I hope you guys have a good morning. I say.
Good day, you mean?
Good day.
Yeah.
And I'll see you guys next time when you stream. When's the next time you stream?
I'll probably about 9 o'clock my time.
Okay. So I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
I'll see ya.
See ya. Good night. Anybody want to come up? Wow, let me just go back to this. Stay home. Okay. Let me see if I can invite. Let's see. Compose. Oops. Let me see if I can invite some people over. Hoover. Okay, I'm going to get you the link. And I'll do that. Copy that. Copy that. Close this. Open that. Put it here. Let's see if we can get them to go. Message sent. And go back to StreamYards. And there's still 3 people here. Oh, nice.
Go halfway, or you just going to you and then heading over. I hope they still have that show for you guys. It would suck if they cancel it. But I will tell you, signs are pointing that they will be.
They didn't hear me. Oh, they didn't see me. One of the two. Okay.
Nothing happened. Where'd you go? What'd you do? What were you thinking about? I stayed in my room. The whole time? Yeah. Oh, okay. Were you listening to us? You know what? Oh, yeah, I was. It was pretty funny. Oh, okay. Just smoke and talk. I hope Justin's okay.
I can hear you guys. Or maybe I can do this. Let's see. Where is it? No. I just closed it too. Let me see. I'm going to send a message to Scent Hoarder by Facebook. And I'm in. And she's not there. He's not on. Huh. Neither is. Nice. That is a Mexican 5 onzas plata pura 2018 LEY.999. Oh, there's 4 people in here now. Come out, wherever you are. The 4th person just came in. I hope it's Den Hoarder. Hope it's E Pluribus. Or Hoovy. Maybe I should call it a night. We've already been on 5 hours and 12 minutes and 13 now, 5:13. Oh, that person left. Boy, I'd like to know. Midnight, are you still there? Les, are you still there? Wonder who the 3rd person is. Why? Sand Hoarder. No problem. Got that bug. It's been bugging me all night. Yeah. Are you guys working on your coins? Ooh. Must be really juicy because if you're investigating, that means it must be a really nice one. Man, I can't believe 2 nights in a row I've been on 15 hours so far. I wonder when my time period is up. 20 hours a week. I really got to learn how to get on YouTube. I don't think I have to. I have to use a desktop. I know that, but I've only been on YouTube because of StreamYards. Oh, no problem. Hey, I was just thinking about going to bed too. It's late. Yes, I'll be there this weekend. Midnight says, I'm not sure I can tell if the splitting played zinc blister or an RPM. Just clicking silver dollars in my hand. Love the sound. Oh, I only have one. I sold off my all of them, and I gave one as a giveaway. But yeah, no, Sid Herder, I know you're working right now. Me, I'm not working right now, so I have plenty of time. I just have projects here and there that I do. Yeah, I might call it a night too. Well, it depends. I know a Pluribus and Melissa is in Justin's channel right now. Who ain't working? Silver hoarder. I mean, cent hoarder. I'm pretty sure he's working. You too, Les. Be safe and be careful out there, man. You just be careful there, Sant. All I gotta do is hide in the house for myself. Yeah. I'm looking at E Pluribus, his coins. And I'm still working on yours from your shipment. Yeah. Well, I'm praying for everybody. Making sure everybody's okay. I just don't want you guys, well, you know, to get hurt because you're doing your jobs. Let me go see what they're doing over here. Yeah. Yeah, but I am a grandpa, I should say, and my wife's a grandma, so we haven't seen our grandkids in almost a month, and we don't dare see my mom. She's 89 this year. It's kind of a sad situation, but as long as everybody's healthy and stays that way, I'm happy. Five hours and 18 minutes. Can't believe I've been here that long. Well, I am enjoying my coins. As a matter of fact, I was able to share some of my foreign coins, the information that I got from it, during my research. So, yeah, it was a good evening. Okay, maybe I should call it a night. I think I will. Saint Hoarder, are you going to be going to sleep soon? Well, Midnight, you're a better expertise than I am. I'm pretty sure if you have doubts about it, it's got to be close to being a DDO. And you can't find the mint mark or anything that matches another coin? Or you're saying that you can't find anything that looks like yours? Probably you can't find anything that looks like yours. Nope, nothing? Oh my goodness. Awesome. Map for you, guy. Okay. I think I will call it a night. Well, it's 5 hours and 21 minutes so far. because I hate talking about myself. I have better conversation when I have other people up here in the screen. I can hear their voices. I can play off of their words. Okay, take it easy, everyone. You too, Silver. Midnight Silver Run, Sand Hoarder. And if Young Coin Hunter, if you're still here, thank you for sticking around. Hope you guys have a safe time. But I'm off. I'm gonna go exactly 40 seconds from now. Oh, there's one gone. Good. Make sure everybody leaves and knows I'm leaving in about 26 seconds. I'm sorry, 30 seconds. Good night, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your time. Hit that thumbs up, and another thing, leave a comment if you can. People say that they get comments on their live streams, but I don't see that very often. Okay. Another 6 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and done.